All right. Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today. I'm laughing because of the comments in the comment section, of course. It is well with you. Caucilium Proventus. Thank you. Good evening, Sir Shine. Good evening. Good evening. Thank you very much for joining us today. Good evening, everybody. Concilium, Bumblebee. Hope everyone is fine. Shidadanguwawa. All right. Good evening. Again, glad to be here. If you're on TikTok, please don't stop our tapping. We're on 14.8. We have tried though. Let me clap for everybody. Thank you. 10.8k likes on TikTok. But please don't stop our tapping on TikTok. Also click on the icon right here to join the team. If you're already a member of the team, please drop a heart to me. Drop a gift. Let's push the life together to the FYP. Thank you very much for being here. Lovely Thursday evening. We're going to have a great time today. We are going to have a great time. For those joining us on YouTube and on Facebook, thank you very much for being here. Please like the live and share as well, right, so that others can join the live stream. Just going to check to be sure we're good on all platforms and can get started with the conversation. Thank you, Tidan. Thank you for the heart me on TikTok. Thank you. All right. How's everybody doing? How's your week been so far? Michelle Gomimu. Okay. Yamo 90. It's good to see you. Good to see you. Okay. So today we are going to continue with the series Hour on Trial. Last two sessions we discussed why he was charged with treason. But today we're going to talk about how it all began. I'll be reading a book by Dr. Olayiwola Begunde. It's called The Political Philosophy of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. That'll be the primary source. We might also read something from Dudley and also Awolowo the Political Moses by Otugua. But we'll go a step further, right, from what we did last time. All right. But before we get into all of that, we're going to have the news. So I'm just trying to get everything ready so we get into the news. And after the news, we'll have those who want to respond come up. And then we'll get into the topic of today. Please power tap on TikTok. Thank you very much. Okay. Ó yá, àyà bẹ́lẹ̀ ọ̀bẹ ayé kàbẹ̀rẹ̀ pẹ̀lú ìròyìn láti orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà àti jákèjádò gbogbo àgbáyé. Adébùsúyè Adébọ̀rẹ̀ ní oníròyìn ṣáájú ẹgbẹ́ kókó tó wà ní ìròyìn náà. Dangote wọ́n sọ wípé àwọn ti Those people that read Yoruba news, those guys are the real MVPs. Abi. Anyway, let's start with this Dangote news. It's actually quite good. Um, it was a message that Femi Todola put out a few hours ago. He says, I congratulate my friend and brother Aliko Dangote on the remarkable achievement of the Dangote Petroleum Refinery reaching its full 650,000 barrels per day capacity. Dr. Badrit as well. Thank you. I'm trying to process the compliment, but thank you. Thank you. Okay, so essentially, it's saying that Dangote Petroleum Refinery has now reached its full capacity, 650,000 barrels per day. Let's go on with Femi Todola's message. More importantly, it is transformational for Nigeria and Africa, supplying up to 75 million liters of PMS daily, changes our energy narrative and conserving foreign exchange. With domestic refining now firmly underway after decades of reliance on imports, pressure on the foreign exchange market should ease significantly. I'm optimistic that the Naira will strengthen meaningfully and trading below 1,000 Naira. I don't know. One second, please. I'm optimistic that the Naira will strengthen meaningfully and trading below 1,000 Naira to $1 before year end is increasingly within reach. Aliko is not stopping here. He has embarked on an additional $12 billion expansion to increase refining capacity to 1.4 million barrels per day, alongside 2.4 million tons of polypropylene and 400,000 metric tons of linear alkylate benzene for detergent production. Work has already commenced in earnest. Congratulations once again, my brother. Nigeria is proud of you. That's from Femi Otedola, and it's so beautiful to see what's happening from that particular company. Okay, and someone is asking when are they listening to the company. I think they're going to be listening the refinery and the stock exchange very soon. So this is very good. Congratulations to Dangote. And I dare say congratulations to Nigeria and to Nigerians, because this, it's a huge breakthrough. And I wanted to play you something, just remember now, from Bayo Julari, where he talked about working with Dangote, right, going forward. Ben says, Prof, did you change the arrangement? You always show your face on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. What's it better to one year? What's it better to well? Yeah, so we changed it just a little tweak. Just a little tweak, not too much, just a little tweak. So we're going to be having full sessions on Mondays and Thursdays, and then we'll have shorter sessions on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Doesn't mean that we're not gonna. We may still have full sessions like any other day apart from Mondays and Thursdays, but just to be safe, we just keep it at Mondays and Thursdays. But it's good to be here. Ade says, crazy one man did it. NNPC couldn't do it. I mean, I've always known personally that the best way to actually handle this whole refinery thing is actually for an individual or a company to get involved in it. And I think two things actually made me, let me put it this way, two things actually shaped my understanding of what refinery should look like in Nigeria. Two events. Two things. Number one, the first one was an event. The second one was also an event. The first one was what happened, and I've said this several times, what happened in 2007 when the government, I think it was President Obasanjo, in the twilight of his administration, decided to sell some assets. So they sold some refineries, And people like Dangote bought, they bought refineries there and there, Port Harcourt, and so on and so forth. And then the NLC and some other organizations like Pengasan and the rest of them went against it, saying, oh, they're selling our patrimony, our commonwealth, all those emotional blackmail kind of thing. And so Yaradua reversed the sale. So it was, Obasanjo was leaving when he sold it. Yaradua gets in there, they started bickering, so he reversed the sale of the refineries. I never saw any sense in that thing, 2007. And I'll tell you this, since 2007 till today, this is 2026, 19 years. I'm not sure I don't know if they brought out one tanker from any of those refineries. However, people have been paid salaries, they've had gratuity, pensions in a non-productive organization, but we must not sell it because it belongs to all of us. I'll talk about that later. The second thing that actually shaped my understanding of how this thing should be, and I want to recommend it to all of you, it's a documentary. It's called The Men Who Built America. Please watch that thing. I don't know how you can get it, yeah, because on YouTube, it's one of those History Channel documentaries. The Men Who Built America. It just changed my understanding of how countries grow. I think, you watch it and you're like, it's on YouTube? Oh, that would be nice. Oh, it's on YouTube. Oh, good. So people say it's on YouTube, so please check YouTube. I've not checked on YouTube. No, I checked YouTube a while back and I didn't find it there. That was years ago. I just found like snippets, not the full thing, but eventually found the full thing somewhere else. But if it's on YouTube, then please watch. It's a 4-part series. It's about 4 parts. You hear about people like Vanderbilt and Rockefeller, Henry Ford, what's this man that did all of them are there. Carnegie, Edison. The fact that the railway, right, the rail system in the US was built primarily by individuals or corporations. The fact that the refinery, what became the standard of, refining business, which is Standard Oil, owned by Rockefeller, was actually about an individual's, investment in that space. It just makes you see things differently. The idea of state owning stuff made sense. If you read Awolowo's books, for instance, Papa actually believed in state ownership of corporations, and he did that because of his own their understanding of that particular period, in the world, and his own education and his exposure. When you think about it today, all these state-owned co-work. Look at what Awo did. Even the things that Awo did, it's just now that they're coming back with the resuscitation of Odua investment. But generally speaking, most of what we talk about in America today were built by individuals and corporations, not by the government. And I think the craziest thing for me was when I found out that Grand Central was actually not built by the government. I was like, really? What do you mean Grand Central was not built by the government? And so if you now see, and that's why I tell people that sometimes some of the things about shouting America, some of the things that Americans did 150 years ago, we have not even done. We're just shouting, Senna climb. What is saying about the climb you're talking about? You don't understand how they even built that place. So for us, we're literally just getting into our Rockefeller era. Hopefully, we're not going to spend so much time. We're not going to have to wait 100 years or so to be able to compete. Ade says, but sir, would you respect Norway oil is state-owned and managed very well? They have trillions. No, you are right, though. You are right. Let me say something. This is not today's topic. We have to go to Ojulari, but let me respond to that thing. You are correct. One thing that is, I don't think we usually account for in places like Norway and other Scandinavian countries is ethnic makeup, the ethnic composition of that space. Nigeria, whatever belongs to government belongs to nobody. Nobody cares. No one cares. But you see, thank you for bringing up that example. When Papa was alive, we had a lot of state-owned organizations in Yoruba land. We had Aska Paint, we had Caxton Press, we had, of course, Odua, we had even NTA. Although it wasn't really a corporation for money making thing, but we had Wema Board Estates, we had Wema Bank, National Bank, now, and so on and so forth. Niger Right, the ones that make tiles and so on, roof and everything. Now, after the military took over, what has happened to all those things, those companies? I'll give you an example. There's a farm in Ibadan called Fashola. They brought in, cows and bulls, particular species, right? They brought them in, and then those ones who, produce. Thank you, Mr. Latunde Odediro on YouTube for that gift. I really appreciate it. Those ones who produce what they call the commercial stock. You have the grandparent stock, then I think there's the parent stock, then commercial stock. Now, they never killed the parent stock, let alone the grandparent stock. The commercial stock was what they sold. It was owned by us. Once people got in there and everybody was trying to take advantage of what was already there in the Western region, what did they do? They began to eat not just the animals that were being, sold as commercial stock. They began to eat the parents, and eventually, I heard one story from a professor whose father was in Fashola and who also was in Fashola, and it just made me feel very bad for this country. He said one day, the military sent their boys to go pick a cow at the farm. When they got there, they saw one that was very fat. And I've seen cows like that before at trade fair when I was in secondary school. They used to bring big cows. They said they saw that one of those big cows and they're like, that's the one they should take. They're like, that's the grandparents. So forget. Okay, who are you going to talk to with Koboko and God? The point is that in Kotoba, it doesn't belong to anybody. People can just do whatever they like. But what is happening in Norway also happened in Western region. That's what I'm trying to say with all my long Turenchi. What you're seeing in Norway was exactly, or let me say, similar to what happened in Western region when I was in charge and we're in charge of whatever we're doing. As soon as you made it a Nigerian affair, nobody cared. People just use it anyhow, which means that the best way to probably run a place like this is to have, number one, a system that actually where people can govern themselves using federalism, and to be double sure, have capitalism in such a way that you're not really depending on the state so much. Tell me, Tell me one. I was going to say five. Tell me one corporation in Nigeria run by the state that actually functions optimally and is very, very productive, and they bring a lot of revenue in Nigeria. And don't mention NPC. You know that NPC is not. So just mention one. You know the kind of equipment that NTA has. The NTA can compete with any of these stations across the world. How come we don't have the same impact? It's owned by Nigeria. NTA is a place where you'll be using federal character to make a point. And I mentioned the example here before. If you remember, back in the day, there used to be a program on NTA 2 Channel 5. AM Express. You had Uncle Yinka Craig, Sadiq Daba, you had Miriam Azodo, then the other Miriam, and this lady. They used to have Melange, the three of them together. I think her name is Anne or something like that. Those five people used to have this fantastic, program in Lagos. They will now, in NTA2 Channel 5. I was in Ibadan at the time when, I was in Ife, I was in school. They will stream it. Did I say stream? They will broadcast it across the network. Everybody watches it, but everything is coming from Lagos studio. But you could watch it in Ife, you could watch it anywhere. It was good. Until they said, at the point they said, okay, let's even do something outside the studio. So this is my own recollection though. So they went to different parts of Nigeria, just like a tour, which was really cool, right? They were, broadcasting from everywhere. It was really nice. After a while, somebody came with this, I don't know what I should call it. It was a ridiculous idea. Why not, make it federal. I'm sure the person would have used national unity as the reason for whatever they were doing, so that you can broadcast from Bauchi studio and from Ibadan studio and from Benin and from Anambra and from Oka and from Sokoto. So they started. The spirit of that program died. I'm just saying that we know how the system kills initiative and creativity in the name of federal character. Everybody must feel like they're part of it, So it's like having football match. You have to pick people from everywhere, even if you are losing. But you must be seen to be, adhering to the federal character. It makes no sense. So I like what's happening right now, and I'm very happy with what. Back to the news now. What we're hearing right now: 650,000 barrels per day. Wait, did I read that news correctly? Is that what I read? Yes. 650,000 barrels per day. 75 million liters of PMS daily. That's huge. Anyway, let's listen to the CEO of NNPC telling us what we have always known, that the refineries would never work. At least the way they are doing it. This is a bit long. Let me play the short one, and then maybe I'll play the one that has to do with Dangote later. Take a listen, please.
Project manager.
It's on YouTube, so please give it a second.
The refineries are, like I said, after like 2 months of review, we saw that it's just one way. That way is value destruction for the next 30 years. We're not going to do that. So we stopped it completely. And we decided to embark on a major review. And I will explain to all of us, because now I'm more confident. I have learned. I have burnt my fingers and my toes and all of that. I will simplify the refinery story for you all, so that you can tell the story yourself, right? To make the refinery work, you need 3 things. I've simplified it to 3 things. First, you need the financing, because you need to finance the work, finance the activities, and all of that. 2, you need a competent EPC contractor to deliver world-class projects for you that are great. 3, you need a world-class operational capacity to run the refineries. So it's now I'm now clear that why has the Nigerian refinery never worked? This is Bayo's version. Anybody can have their own version, but this is my version. So if I'm wrong, please, I'm happy to be wrong, right? The reason our refineries have not worked is that anybody who wants to do the financing, we all get value for the person financing and not financing you for free, right? They are financing you for margins and profitability. The EPC contractors, they do their work and get paid. So they move on. So you as an NPC are left for the next 20, 30, 40 years to run with those refineries. And we've never really focused on that. What we focused on was, when we came in, there was a lot of conversations around O&M, right? If you look at internationally, when you run an O&M, you must have a solid operational excellence team that can supervise your own O&M. Otherwise, they waste. Then O&M is another contract. So you end up with financing, EPC, O&M, all of them taking money from the system without any skin in the game. There's no way you can sustain any business like that. It's very clear. The system was designed for take, not to put anything in.
I'm going to play you something just a bit longer, right, from Channels TV, where he talked about, I think it's this one, where he talked about Dangote's involvement in the industry and how that's it's a relief and it's a blessing as well to the country. Take a listen to the CEO of NNPC, Bayo Julari.
You you had asked, if you notice my response when we came in, the refineries was a hot cake. Based on what you said, Nigerians were angry, a lot of money has been spent, expectations were very high. So we're under extreme pressure. And to be honest, I didn't understand much of refinery myself. For those who know, my background is upstream. So I was personally, some of my colleagues we tried to tap into the knowledge of people who know and all of that. You have to learn very, very fast. Otherwise, there's no escape and all of that. So we've been learning. But the first thing that was very clear, and I would like all of us to note, is that my leadership team, within a very short time, wanted to understand what was happening in the refinery. And I want to say that very clearly. The first thing that became clear is that we were running at a monumental loss to Nigeria. We were just wasting money. I can say that confidently now. So the first decisions I had to make was to stop the rot by ensuring that we stop. And first of all, calibrate quickly, rebase, to see what do we do. You wonder how we're losing money. We were pumping a cargo every month into the refineries. The utilization of those cargoes was maybe like 50%, right? That cargo is valued worth a lot. We're spending a lot of money in the operations, a lot of money in the contractors. But if you then look at the net, we're just leaking away a lot of value. And there was no clarity on what is the plan to turn that loss into positive, right? Sometimes you make a loss, maybe when you're making your investment, but you have a line of sight to when you're going to recover, right? And then you can go and sleep. But that line of sight wasn't clear. So we decided to just stop the refinery and do a quick check. Our plan was that if things were all lined up, we will reopen them and maybe work on them. We realized that we were destroying value also because the crude we were taking into Port Harcourt refinery, for example, we're coming up with mid-grade products, right? Mid-day product that when you aggregate their value compared to what you put in was a waste. Now, of course, there were political pressures to keep refinery war running. There was a lot of pressures. And that's, again, what I said, that the blend of people like us who have been trained for over 35 years with blinkers on to look at commerciality and profitability, you can't sleep with that. It's not possible. You can't, right? So, yes, over the years, there's been several reasons. NNPC was the supplier of last resort. There were a lot of pressure on being able to maintain continuity and all of that. But we were not under that pressure. And thank God for Dangote refinery. Thank God. Whether you love Dangote, you hate him, say whatever you want to say. Thank God. I thank God he's a Nigerian. He's not someone from another continent or another planet. Despite everything, that gave us an opportunity because we have a refinery that is working. Yes, may not meet our full needs, but it gives us a breathing space. And luckily, we are shareholders in that refinery as well. So we said, what's the hurry? We have a refinery that is working. Yes, not 100% owned by NSC, but it's a Nigerian, built in Nigeria, working in Nigeria. Our strategy is to collaborate with the Dangote refinery and maximize the value delivered to Nigerians. That was our first strategy. And we started doing that. Had a meeting with Alhaji Dangote, explained our situations, and we agreed on the pathway towards deeper collaboration while still maintaining our role as NNPC, being the supplier of last resorts. Dangote is not the supplier of last resort by PIE. So our responsibility is whatever we do, we have to ensure that there is a healthy competition as well, but we need to do what we do. So once we secure that part, we're a little bit more relaxed to ensure that we find out what is going on around the refinery. So the refineries like I said, after like 2 months of review, we saw that it's just one way. That way is value destruction for the next 30 years. We're not going to do that. So we stopped it completely. And we decided to embark on a major review. And I'll explain to all of us, because now I'm more confident. I have learned. I've burnt my fingers and my toes and all of that. I will simplify the refinery story for you all, so that you can tell the story yourself, right? To make the refinery work, you need 3 things. I've simplified it to 3 things. First, you need the financing, because you need to finance the work, finance the activities, and all of that. 2, you need a competent EPC contractor to deliver world-class projects for you that are great. 3, you need a world-class operational capacity.
Listen to those 3 things earlier, so we're just going to stop here. But it's beautiful to know that they're collaborating, and that people also know exactly what their strengths and weaknesses are. That the way things are at the moment, it makes more sense to actually collaborate with Dangote and of course build something for Nigeria. But if you ask me, I think they should sell those things. I'm telling you. Do you know what Dangote said last month, just December, that in the last year or so, people have actually tried to sabotage their operations, and they've stolen different parts worth about 70 or 80 million dollars. It is well. People don't really care about things working in this country as long as it favors them, and we see it. We see it even with small businesses. What do business owners complain about in Nigeria for the most part? For the most part, it's 2 things. Number 1, employability. Number 2, stealing. They're wondering if the person is employable or if the person is qualified enough. Then the other thing is that people are not faithful. I'm not saying everybody, of course. I'm sure a lot of you listening are very, faithful. But it's a challenge. And I think that a person who is running his own organization will keep it better. It's just what it is. I'm not saying it's how it should be, but it's the reality of Nigeria. And I'm glad that the CEO of NNPC actually understands that, and hopefully this also gives them the time they need to be able to do something better for our refineries. And speaking of refineries, I'm going to read this from the cable. PH refinery 90% rehabilitated, can resume operations in 1 week, says Pengasan. Festus Osifo, president of the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Pengasan, says the old Port Harcourt refinery is about 90% rehabilitated and can be brought back into operation within 1 week. Speaking on Tuesday during Channels Television Morning Brief program, Osifo said the resumption depends on whether the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPC Limited, decides to proceed with it. I'll say a few more things. I read this thing. You know what I'm thinking about as I'm looking at this whole refinery thing? I'm thinking of Nitel. Let's just read a few more stuff. He said the refinery is technically ready to operate, but profitability remains a key factor guiding NNPC's decision on when to restart the facility. As of today, you can start the old Port Harcourt refinery and it will function. You can put it on today and it will function, Osifo said. However, NNPC as a company is there to make profit. So if they want to start the old refinery today, within the next 1 week, they can bring it back to life. It has been rehabilitated up to about 90%. However, he explained that despite the extensive rehabilitation, the refinery could still face operating losses due to the cost of crude oil relative to the value of refined products. But the challenge is that if you feed crude oil worth, say, $5 million I'm thinking about the ridiculousness of what I'm reading, but let's just read. But the challenge is that if you feed crude oil worth, say, $5 million into the old Port Harcourt refinery, what you're likely to get at the other end when you sell the petroleum products may be about $4.5 million, Osifo said. So you feed in crude of $5 million as input and get 4.5 million as output because it is rehabilitated over 90%. He said this would mean the refinery will be operating at a loss. Osifo, however, maintained that the investment was not wasted, stressing that key components of the facility were replaced during the rehabilitation. The money that was thrown into the Port Harcourt refinery is not a loss. If you look at the old Port Harcourt refinery, almost all the compressors were changed. The control rooms were changed and the panels were all changed. The contractors did not take them away, he said. Osifo added that the refinery's value has improved significantly compared to its state before the rehabilitation. In fact, if you value the refinery today, it will be much more valuable compared to the state it was in before the rehabilitation. I'm sorry, I don't get it. Why are you fixing it? It's good, Ẹkáàbọ. It's good that they are fixing it though. My own point is just why? Why didn't they just sell this thing? You know, you may look at me and say, oh, but you're not, you should be patriotic, they can fix it. Are they fix Nitel? Or Nigerian Airways? Did you not read the report on Nigerian Airways? One Germany. No, Germany, because we are Nigerians. People don't care. 90%. You put 5 million and get 4.5. Talk about business. I just think that, maybe they should just sell these things sincerely. And I'll tell you why I'm sounding like this. I mentioned earlier, it's because of my experience in 2007. I will never forget it. I remember where I was on that day when it was announced that they were reversing the sales of the refineries, and I didn't even understand so much as I do now, but I just felt something was off. It was just a leader pandering to those who were shouting, you must, and people were happy. This is the funny thing. We are happy that it was not sold, but we don't care that it does not produce anything. So we don't mind owning everything as long as it doesn't produce anything, but we own everything. It makes no sense. From our own experience in Nigeria, does it not look to us like state-owned corporations don't seem to work? Where's Nitel? Even when they give us Intel, at the Intel or at the MTEL, at the Nitel, we don't know, we don't have anyone. Where's Nigerian Airways? What happened to it? Even back in the 60s, a particular man whose name I will not mention right now was using to ferry his family members to New York. I might as well mention his name. By the way, these people, the idea that something is owned by the state in this country, people just do anything they like, unless of course that thing is not supposed to bring in revenue, like it's just like offer services, and even then you still have to monitor. We don't have a value system, and I think we should work on it. But maybe if we have true federalism, people can run their thing the way they want. And if you think I'm lying, ask yourself, why was it, and I said this long before they brought in those artifacts, why was it that when they brought in the artifacts from across Europe, Benin artifacts, why did they take those things back to Benin? Why didn't they drop them in Abuja? Why? Someone says sell to whom? Who want to buy a moribund facility? But people were willing to. People bought it the other time. People will buy it. Let me tell you something. All this you have spent $1 billion. You know that if you as an individual, if you buy that thing, you will not spend that much money to fix it. We know these things now. Do you not know? Is the amount in the country, is that really the amount? What a part there be? You shock it here, shock it there. You will not spend as much. It reminds me of this gentleman was trying to get something in the middle belt, and they are I'll find that video later. They will give you one price that even you know that it's not possible. But I'll look for that video. Let's just stay on this news first. So, like I was saying, I'm glad that this has happened, but I think they should just sell this thing and let others own it. Nigeria should own shares in the companies like we do in Dangote. We should have even had more than what we had, but sorry for another day. I think that's how it should run. Rather than saying we want to build something, What are you building? If you remember City Hall, Onikon, when City Hall began to change, was when they left those things in the hand of a private, facility manager. City Hall, City Mall, there's other stuff behind that place. They just let them handle it. The government will own shares in it, but not control it. All those ones that you go and bring somebody that has no understanding of this stuff, but he has to work there because you know somebody that knows somebody. If you have your business, you're not going to play it like that there now. If they don't know the job, you don't allow them in. Dr. Badu says the relevant question should be, can Nigeria build a refinery with $40 billion? Smaller than, half the size of Dangote's refinery, but we'll spend more than twice the amount he spent to build it. We're all here now. What Dangote built, Nigeria will spend twice the amount of money to build half the size of what he built. Which brings me to this next news item. EFCC arranged for alleged 600 million naira NNPC job fraud. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, on Monday, February 9, 2026, arraigned Gidado Ibrahim and Alimat Adenike Joshua at large before Justice H. Muazu of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT High Court, Maitama, Abuja, for an alleged 600 million naira job scam. They were arraigned on an amended 6-count charge bordering on fraud, obtaining under false pretense and forgery to the tune of 603,400,000 naira. At Monday's proceedings, Prosecution Counsel White Alpha drew the attention of the court to an amended 6-count charge, urging the court to allow the defendant to take his plea. Count 1 of the charge reads that you, Gidado Ibrahim and Alimat Adenike Tejusho O at large, between August 2024 to October 2024, within the jurisdiction of this honorable court, obtained the sum of 603,400,000 naira from Olusheye Yomi Sholoye under the false pretense that, listen, no, this is where we're going. Under the false pretense that you will facilitate her appointment as the group managing director of Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, NNPC, which pretense you knew to be false and thereby committed an offense contrary to Section 1A of the Advance Fee Fraud and other fraud-related offenses Act 2006 and so on and so forth. This is the story. Please participate on TikTok. This thing is showing inactivity. Here's the issue. This is the real issue. Somebody paid over 600 million naira to get the job that they got. You think that person will get there and be helping you build one refinery that will give you fuel and start bringing out PMS? So if you pay 600 million naira, actually 603 million naira. If you pay 603 million naira to get a job, you are telling me that when you get that job, you'll not be looking for how to make sure that Nigerians have fuel. You will not look for a way to get profit from the money. You will not get that money back. You have to be reimbursed. Then you have to now start looking for profit. We should be telling ourselves the truth. And I pray this NNPC works, but I'm not holding my breath. This one's actually quite wild. How do you they collected money from a person and promise that person? So the idea basically is that maybe it has happened. Apparently, it must have happened before. It's just that we have a president who knows what he wants and who he wants to fill a particular space, and he did it. What's that? You will be earning 500 billion. Exactly now. So they've collected money from this one. Now imagine how many people they've collected money from. Now imagine those people actually getting there. Do you really think they'll be thinking about you? Who are we? Who are you? Everybody will look for a way to. And the craziest part for me is how people actually collect pension, gratuity, salaries, working in a place that doesn't even produce anything. But the person who is leading doesn't really care. His own is, how do I reimburse? I mean, how do I get myself the money back? You know, when you know that Nigeria is blessed, is when one day, I was traveling somewhere, and somehow I got to Ajaokuta. If you've not been there, I think you should visit. You will respect our leaders when you visit that place, Ajaokuta. The place looks like a university. That's Ajaokuta Steel Company. You have quarters, I mean, people live there. People got employed, recruited into that place. People have retired in that place, become directors, become all kinds of things in that place, collecting pensions. Some people are already gone, but before they left, got gratuity pensions. That place has not given you a plate of iron. When did they put Ajaokuta up? In the 80s. Since that time, that's about 40 years ago, that place has not produced a sheet of iron. But one gba salary, one retire, one gba gratuity, one then gba pension. Ṣé mo ráwọn yẹn bú mi ò rí wọn bú? Ṣé bẹ́ẹ̀ level waste owó? So, but NSC will tell you that you cannot just let them go, because you have to do right by them, and then people have to say, okay, it's our commonwealth. And do you blame them? Because they will also tell you that, after all, the politicians are stealing money. So why can't they take advantage of this? It is well. But thank God, I mean, in all of this darkness, thank God for the light that we see now. Dangote now is operating at full capacity, 650 million barrels per day, and is working on expanding, the refinery. And this is something that I think we should be happy about. 75 million liters of PMS every day, right? And is expanding the refinery to 1.4 million, the refining capacity to 1.4 million barrels per day, spending another $12 billion. If you put that $12 billion in any refinery in this Nigeria, 12 years from now, you're still going to be having debates. We should just be true to ourselves. Let people buy this thing, and hopefully that will help Nigeria. So more with it, more with it. All right, let's move away from refinery. It's actually beautiful news. I'm happy about that. Okay, let's move on there to a report from the United States. The U.S. released a statement, I think it was yesterday. This one's from the Department of State and the Department of the Treasury are asked to impose targeted sanctions, including visa bans and asset freezes under the Global Magnitsky Human Rights Accountability Act on individuals or entities responsible for severe religious freedom violations, or report to Congress the reason such sanctions have not been imposed, including, okay, let me just say it in simple English. The point is, there's a visa ban on certain people in Nigeria, and I'm not surprised with some of the names there. There's a particular name I actually find very incredible. So the US is saying that these people are supporting terrorism, and that there'll be visa ban on them. Fulani ethnic nomad militias in Nigeria, Rabiu Musa Kwankwanso, former Kano State Governor, Mieti Allah Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria, MACBAN, Mieti Allah Kautal Hore. So the US Congressman Riley Moore put this out earlier. They are recommending targeted sanctions against all these people. But I think, of course, the one that actually interests me is the former presidential candidate, who was the former Kano State Governor, Rabiu Musa Kwankwanso. I don't know how they arrived at it. I don't know how they got there. People are saying all kinds of things, and I don't want to assume we know what's up. People are saying is he sponsoring terrorists, or is it that, you know, they're just putting his name for other reasons? When you come up, please make sure you tell us what you think about it. But this is actually quite alarming. Let me read this from Arise News. U.S. Congress names Kwakwanso Fulani ethnic militias on terror list. U.S. Congressmen Riley Moore and Chris Smith recommended targeted sanctions, asset freezes, and visa bans against former presidential candidate Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso, the Miyetti Allah Cattle Breeders Association, and what they describe as Fulani ethnic militias. The congressmen cited the lack of prosecutions of jihadist actors, characterizing it as a failure of the Nigerian government. You know, you hear things and you just don't want it to be true. And the reason is because of, like, I'll wait until I get more news just to be sure, because you put some people on a pedestal, right? Can it be Kwakwanso? Can it be Kwakwanso? People are saying all kinds of things. I don't want to push those things right now, but it is what it is. I think the new focus right now is Nigeria. Sean Nelson says powerhouse team of Representative Chris Smith and Riley Moore today introduced a new bill on religious freedom in Nigeria, increasing accountability measures, including regs for sanctions against Fulani militias and former Kano State Governor Kwakwanso, who introduced Sharia criminal law there. Anything else is legalized rigging. It's crazy. It's crazy, but it is what it is. And we will wait to hear more to know exactly where to go from here. But I would like to play you something else from the same representative, Riley Moore, but this time on Fox, where they spoke about violence against Christians in Nigeria. Please take a listen to this.
Have described what's happening in the Middle Belt and the north of Nigeria right now in the last 10 days as a bloodbath. Potentially as many as 300 have been killed throughout that region of Nigeria. We've had this priest who has been kidnapped as well with 10 of his parishioners. 3 of them were killed in one of the states of Nigeria, where we had about 150 people killed. And I will point out, a lot of those were Muslims, actually, that were refusing to submit to Sharia law and were trying to follow the Constitution of Nigeria. They were killed, but amongst those were also Christians, and they were burned inside of a church. They set it on fire. So it's just wanton death and murder and destruction that continues. But working with the administration, we are making steps in the right direction to address this persecution. The president is very singularly focused on addressing this. We now have special forces in Nigeria in a non-combative manner. They're there assisting the Nigerians. We have just signed a security cooperation roadmap with the Nigerian government and their military to continue to work on this. And we have also conditioned their security assistance in the last state foreign operations bill and appropriations that was just signed into law by President Trump.
Yeah, this is a lot of movement. You were talking about that one area, and residents told Reuters the attackers that hit the village were jihadists. In fact, these Islamic radical jihadists are what are being pointed to. You and I have talked about them before. They had been preaching inside their village, urging the locals to abandon Nigeria's state and their religion, Christianity, and adopt Sharia rule. When the villagers refused, the militants opened fire on them. So you're right, it's not just the people who are already Christians, it's those who might be open to helping Christians at this point. And I know that Nigeria's president, Tinubu, has said that they've deployed an army battalion to some of these areas. Are we making enough difference to where he's going to take some real action now?
Yes, but one of those actions that he needs to take, and he has said, he stated this publicly just when he was prior to being president, was in the Senate, or governor rather, is that he wanted to see a federalized police force, which is absolutely something that has to happen. Each state has to have the ability to secure their own people. Right now, you just have the police force in Abuja. It's a national police force. We need to arm the different police forces of the states throughout Nigeria to be able to protect the Christians that are being martyred throughout this country and provide security in a country that is facing massive insecurity challenges because of this centralized control right now that's been taking place.
Well, look, Congressman Moore, I know you've been all over this. Religious freedom is something that we stand for in this country. And when we see light being covered by darkness, we want to help. Thank you for all that you're doing. And thank you for the latest on all of this.
Thank you. God bless you. On the ground.
Wow. Iboni Yaliwa. But like I always say, Nigeria needs all the help it can get to take care of the situation. I like what he mentioned towards the end when I was talking about each state having their own police. And President Tinubu has said it several times that he's committed to different Nigerian states having.
We're looking forward to that because we really do need it. Really do need it.
All right, I'm going to move away from that very quickly. I don't know if you were following the electoral reform, conversations. The Senate amended the Electoral Act, presiding officers to transmit election results electronically to the IRF portal. In case you weren't aware, or in case you are not aware, this is how it went down at the National Assembly on Tuesday during the emergency sitting. Take a listen, please.
It's very simple. If you disagree with him, move your counter motion. So if you agree with him, you agree with me when I put the votes. When I ask for the votes, when I ask for your consent, let me read the motion. It's earlier motion which passed in our last sitting. He has sought to rescind that. That is in respect of section 60 subsection 3, and this is what is that the presiding officer shall electronically transmit the results from each polling unit to the IRF portal, and such transmission shall be done after the prescribed form EC8A has been signed and stamped by the presiding officer and or countersigned by the candidates or polling agents where available at the polling units, because sometimes you don't see any polling agent. Provided that if the electronic transmission of the result fails, if it fails as a result of communication failure, in other words, maybe network or otherwise, and it becomes impossible to transmit the result electronically in form EC8A, signed and stamped by the presiding officer and or countersigned candidates or polling agents where available at the polling units. The form EC8A shall in such a case be the primary source of collation and declaration of results. So distinguished colleagues, if anybody has a counter motion, you move it later. But in the meantime, those in support of the motion as enunciated by Senator Mongunu and seconded by Senator Bamoro say aye. And those again say nay. The ayes have it. Yeah, point of order.
So Senator Abaribe, came up with this point of order, and he was eventually allowed to speak. And this is what he said, and how that also went. And take a listen, please.
Senator Abaribe has proposed that we should go ahead and vote. And for me, I think we should do so that everybody can answer his father's name. Abaribe, are you still insisting we vote?
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to withdraw my motion.
Any seconder? Any seconder? Point of order. Okay. In the absence of any seconder, we'll go ahead and vote. Order, please. Okay, Senator Abaribe, for you. The distinguished colleagues are saying there is no seconder, and that you can withdraw.
It is not possible for them to say no.
Some of them just went there to have fun yesterday. Anyway, there's a lot of noise about this whole transmission, real time, and if you ask me, I think it's just people making a mountain out of a molehill. But like I said, the beautiful thing is they passed whatever they wanted to pass, and they've made it optional, which I think is a wise thing to do considering where we are in Nigeria at the moment. But let's move very quickly to other news item. I don't know if you've seen it. There are videos online with certain people saying they're part of the City Boy movement, buying Hilux buses and all kinds of things. And you also have a lot of people saying they're doing this right, they're not doing it right. Anyway, I don't know if you've seen that video with Kubana and just a lot of them, essentially supporting the re-election of the president, which I think is a right to do. But there's this gentleman, Isaac Fayose, who was at an event in Abuja and had this to say about the development in the Eastern region as far as politics is concerned. Please take a listen to him.
Banner's appointment as the City Boy ambassador. What do you think on it today?
Yes, last night I think the Igbos are angry with me. I'm so sorry. My children are Igbo. I went to Anambra for my wine carrying. I'm born polygamist. I have 2 wives, white and black. And I'm blessed the black one is from Igbo, Anambra, Ajali, Orumba North, local government. So I'm partly Igbo. But Igbos are the most greedy Nigerians you can ever meet. We have activists in Nigeria. We have a guy called Sunday Igbowo. Igbowo Osha. Yes, sir. He's back home now. They even want to give him 2032. Yes. We have bandits, Fulani herdsmen, chancing us from the north. There is still one man called Sheikh Gumi. You still say, no, they need money, leave them. It's because no education. We have another guy called Kanu Unambi. Where is he? Is in Sokoto? And your brothers, Obi Kubana, are wearing a mandate that they cannot use a political power to negotiate and bring their brother out. I didn't say we should fight, but you are corridor of power. You give me this, I wear your car, you release my brother. You see, and I don't know their source of wealth. You can trace my own wealth. I'm a billionaire and I'm worth 11 million pounds. You can trace it. I can tell you step to step. So, Kubana chief priest, I don't know how a barman can be that rich. And when you see the Igbos, they are used to Rolls Royce, big life, build big house in their village. They won't go there. When they go, they will go and oppress the village. They will say, I had fun. They are oppressors. I'm richer than many of them, but I'm very simple. I don't have police. I work alone. I'm with my brother today. I go anywhere alone. So you see, the moment you decide to be selfless, you'll be able to help others. Look at yesterday, we were protesting. Obi was there alone, the only Igbo man there. Other people are there, but his brothers, they don't collect car. They are selfish. That's why they are marginalized, and they will continue like that. They are cheap to buy. If you want to buy cheap Nigeria, Igbo is number one. I'm sorry for him. You know, my children are Igbo too, so you can't tell me I'm tribalistic. I can one of us down, and nobody is talking apart for Abarebe or somebody. Who is the Igbo that is talking? Who is the Igbo that you can compare to Tinubu? I can give you many Yoruba that are similar to Tinubu. I can give you many Aboki that are similar to Tinubu. Give me Igbo one, waste him. Everybody is negotiating for their pockets and their duties. Une association. Thank you.
What is said? Someone says they're not marginalized if you ask me. No, you are right though. There's no marginalization for Igbos. Is there a job that they're giving other people that they're not giving Igbos? Are they not employed in federal civil service, just like every other person? Has the federal government ever chosen not to send their own allocation on a monthly basis? But you see, marginalization is just a tool. It's a language that is used to blackmail the rest of the country to get what they want. It's not because it's real. So you are right. Oh, they're not being marginalized. But whatever he said, I mean, people have said all kinds of things about it. But I thought I should let you know what he said. I saw also what he wrote in the comment section. Say, how can you say his children or whatever? I mean, that's his opinion. Say there is children, Abi. I hope those ones do well in life. One of the things I've noticed also is people get confused because they are raised by folks who are not grounded in Yoruba culture, which is a shame. But I hope that's not their own experience. Anyway, let me just read on YouTube. New Era says, as if I was looking for political relevance like Shore. I don't think so. He's not a political king, he's a businessman. It's always been like this. It's just that, you know, but if you say relevant, maybe you may be right though. Who knows? He says what he's doing is so wrong. People have been talking about Biafra on YouTube. Is this guy that used to insult me? Okay, let me just leave it for today. Sorry, I'm just trying to see which one I should read out. Uluke says, without corruption, government-owned system should have been the best. It's not about corruption, it's about structure. Your structure allows for corruption. Therefore, people will be corrupt. You don't build things assuming that the best nature of man will show forth. You build things knowing the possibility that the worst would be exhibited. So you put up guardrails and create the kind of structure that doesn't encourage stealing. But yeah, let's just leave YouTube people alone. I think they have another conversation totally different from what we're discussing here. But someone says what he said is actually true. It is well. But yeah, that was Isaac Fayoshe. Moving on very swiftly, this is from NigeriaNews.com. What we found should make Nigerians cry. NAFDAC uncovers death warehouses in Lagos. What we discovered should make every Nigerian cry. There were not just fake vitamins, cases like cerebral malaria. When fake injections are used in such situations, it becomes a death sentence, he said. He explained that the counterfeit products were so sophisticated that even manufacturers sometimes struggled to differentiate them from genuine ones. You know what? Let me find you the full news. Money must be made. Give me a second. Okay, found it. Let me read to you from Vanguard. I think it's fuller here. NAFDAC uncovers death warehouses in Lagos. Seizes over 10 million doses of fake drugs worth 3 billion naira. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, yesterday uncovered what it described as one of the worst counterfeit medicine operations in recent years, seizing over 10 million doses of fake and banned drugs hidden inside warehouses in Lagos State. Briefing journalists in Lagos, NAFDAC's Director of Investigation and Enforcement and Chairman of the Federal Task Force on Fake and Substandard Products, Mr. Martins Liyomade, said the discovery followed intelligence from a training meeting held on February 3 on suspicious activities around the Trade Fair Navy area. Trade Fair, no. Acting on information from that meeting, our team visited the location and found multiple warehouse structures built like residential houses but used solely for storage. The area is deserted, not somewhere people normally go, which is likely why they operated undetected, Liyomade said. Inside the buildings, officials found large quantities of counterfeit medicines, including injectable anti-malarial, antibiotics, sachet drugs, blister packs, and banned products such as analgin, which has been prohibited for over 15 years. Can't they sentence them to death? Because they are killing people. What we discovered should make every Nigerian cry. These were not just fake vitamins, these were life-saving medicines. Injections used in emergency cases like cerebral malaria. When fake injections are used in such situations, it becomes a death sentence. It is extremely difficult to distinguish the fake from the original. Even product owners sometimes struggle to tell the difference. That is how sophisticated these criminals have become, he stated. He said the street value of the conflict is over 3 billion naira, with 8 trailers loaded with light. Money now water. This is a major breakthrough for Nigeria and Nigerians. These products will not enter circulation, the NAFDAC official said. He described the operation as the work of an international syndicate. He said they clone original products, they take samples of genuine medicines, reproduce them abroad to near perfection, and push them back into our distribution chain. This is organized crime involving collaborators both inside and outside Nigeria. The NAFDAC official, who warned that Nigeria's health system is under attack from counterfeiters driven by profit, said the country is under siege by people who want to make money at all costs, even if it means killing fellow citizens and destroying reputable brands. He revealed that some manufacturers had reported fake versions of their products in the market over 6 months, but criminals often distribute in small quantities to avoid detection. If a drug is unusually cheap, don't think you found a bargain. It could cost you your life, he warned. Oh, God. It used to be iron. Instead of Philip, you see Philip with a B. how can you say some people will ingest drugs, drinks, medicine, things like that? But money is water. You can money now water. It is well. We're going to wrap up now so that I can bring people up, and maybe just one more before I bring people up. Now it's 6 p.m. already. 1 second, please. Okay, 2. I'll read something, and then I'll want to read some good news, because we don't read bad news too much. But they need to, like, you know, how many people have been killed? People go to the hospital, they leave there dead because the products administered to them was fake. How can people be so heartless? Anyway, this is it's just sad, man. Let's not go into this. It's going to take us too much time. Just read the last one, and then we'll bring people up. This is from Punch newspaper. Alaafin asks Supreme Court to halt controversial Oyo chieftaincy elevation. The Supreme Court of Nigeria, sitting in Abuja, has been asked to restrain the Oyo State government from creating, recognizing, or elevating the chieftaincy stool of Bale Agoja, pending the determination of an appeal before it. In a motion on notice dated January 30, 2026, and filed in appeal number SC 404/2018, the Alaafin of Oyo is seeking orders of interlocutory and mandatory injunctions against the governor of Oyo State and the Attorney General of Oyo State. This range is too much. Let's just go to the part where the motion brought pursuant to Order 2, Rule 28 of the Supreme Court Rules 2014 as amended, and the inherent powers of the court under Section 6(b) of the 1999 Constitution seeks to halt all actions relating to the Bale Agoja chieftaincy pending the final determination of the appeal. The Alaafin is asking the Apex Court to restrain the governor and the Attorney General from creating or recreating, establishing, or no be them own the land. These Agoja people, I don't know the owners of the land. Anyway, let's finish. The Alaafin is asking the Apex Court to restrain the governor and the Attorney General from creating or recreating, establishing, or re-establishing the chieftaincy stool of Bale Agoja, and from appointing, approving, or recognizing Alhaji Ganiu Busari as holder of the stool. He's also seeking an order restraining the state government from recognizing or further recognizing, dealing or further dealing. The point is that he's moving. He has sued the government, the state government, and the idea basically is so that they will not, make the Bale Agoja the king. Interestingly, those who are saying that they are the original owners of the land and they only allowed the Oyo people to occupy some space there after the war that happened. We'll see how this thing goes. I'll just read the last 3 paragraphs. The applicant therefore urged the Apex Court to grant the relief sought and make such further orders as this honorable court may deem fit in the circumstances of these cases. The appeal and accompanying motion are yet to be fixed for hearing. Meanwhile, counsel to the Alaafin of Oyo has written to Governor Seyi Makinde, warning that the proposed installation and coronation of Busari as Oloja of Agoja would amount to an illegality and a contempt of court. Have they had 1 year anniversary of Alaafin? Because if it's not one case, it is a fight. There's always something. Just governor. This is not even a situation where the Agoja people went to meet you there. This is a case where they have land, you move to their place, they give you a space. Now they want to also make themselves king. You are angry. Someone says Seyi Makinde has not been a good governor. What should they have done? It is well with Oyo, because we want to read good news. Okay? And I'm sure they exist. it just doesn't make it to the mainstream, I guess, because every other day there's always something happening, and it's always something like you're not arguing with somebody, there's quarrel, or you're fighting, or you're going to court. It's tiring. Anyway, let's bring some people up. So as soon as you get up, please mute, and then you get to speak. Thank you very much for being here. Please, if you're on TikTok, kindly power tap and share the live. If you're on YouTube and Facebook, please like and share the live stream. Thank you so much. All right, we have two people. What Discovery says that Oyo that has refused to improve and is a governor. Does Oyo not have local government chairman? Are you saying that? I mean, I visited Oyo a while back, and they were constructing a road, and it was state government. So when you said the government has not done anything, I don't know. I mean, to be fair, these governors can do better, but it's not like these places have been abandoned. You get what I mean? CEO, and then we'll have Bumblebee. Good evening, CEO. Hello, are you there?
So is that me?
Yes. You are CEO now.
Sorry, I didn't. There was a blank on my side for a while.
Oh, okay. Maybe
yeah, good afternoon, Prof. It's nice to see you again today. And yeah. Okay, I'm just going to touch on a few of the topics that you've raised. I think I sent something in the comment section earlier when you were talking about the corporations in Nigeria. That look, unfortunately, Nigeria, we cannot, like someone said that it's better. Sorry, I'm trying to collect my thoughts now. That government has no business running business in Nigeria because of the experiences that we've had, and the experiences are based on our diversity. Because for every company in Nigeria, because of our ethnic polarization, so to say, it's almost impossible for you to have a corporation that will be run purely on the merits of it. And I'm not just saying this for academic purposes. I used to work in NITEL, and I know what happened in NITEL. I mean, the first job I did in this Nigeria after school was in NITEL. My office had
so
one typewriter.
What did you do to our NITEL? What did you do to our NITEL?
It's not me. My office had one typewriter, and we had 7 typists. We had 5 clerks, and most of these people were from a certain region of the country. Okay, so and then I realized then also that because I don't know if you've read about what is happening with the meters now, that if they said the federal government was going to distribute free meters for electricity consumers. It was similar to what was happening there. Federal government bought telephones. They were a warehouse. Nobody had account of those telephones. And then exchanges will issue contracts for you to supply telephones. You don't buy any telephone. You just go to the warehouse. Maybe the warehouse in Apapa. You go and collect the telephones in the warehouse, and you supply to the exchange in Ikeja, for instance. So that was what they were doing. And you realize that a particular clique had been formed to manage and sabotage this entire enterprise. And even as young as I was then, I knew that at some point, you can't manage a corporation like that. At some point, this was going to die. Because the funds that you expect, the allocation that you'll be expecting from the federal government may not be as robust as you are getting it now. And eventually, that's what happened. Now, on Dangote and the rest of them, it was even good that the sales were reversed, in the sense that they will have faced a much bigger problem. Because when you are buying a government paracetamol in Nigeria, you are contending with at least 4 demons. you're going to contend with religious, you're going to contend with ethnic, you're going to contend with the unions, and then the mafias within the organization. And I learned it because I was involved in some sort of packaging for some government parastatals, and this came to the fore. Because for most government organizations are bloated. You have like about maybe 200 people doing the work of 50 people. And most of them were employed for maybe to satisfy some political leanings or to satisfy some sort of ethnic leaning. So now, as a private sector person, that you are coming to that system and you buy it and you're like, how come I have 200 people doing the work of 50 people? The first thing you want to do is lay off staff. And when you're laying off staff, if you're a Yoruba man, you lay off Hausa staff, they say, oh, he's ethnic. That's problem number one. And then when you lay off, if you're a Christian, you lay off Muslim, you say, no, he's a Christian, that's why he's laying off Muslim. And if you're even lucky to deal with those, then you're not content with the unions. Oh, why are you laying off people? Why are you reducing their salary? Why are you changing your operation? Those were the issues. The refineries that we had over the years, I mean, I don't know if I think I posted something in the comment section that between 2007 and now, when Obasanjo first sold those refineries, we have spent $20 billion. And we have not produced a single liter of petrol. As we're talking now, the refineries are shut down. There are people working there on a daily basis that are collecting salaries, that are collecting pensions, they're collecting all their entitlement. Meanwhile, no work is going on there. So I think for some reason we missed the ball, or we dropped the ball on the refineries. The model we should have adopted should have been the NLNG model, where government retains like about 49% and you have the private sector running it. And thank God that model was adopted then, because otherwise NLNG will have gone under now. So what Ojulari is saying is not new. It's just that we have somebody now illuminating it for us. We've always known these things, that the refineries are not run as an enterprise. It was more of like an appendage to satisfy some political leaning or something like that. And then I'm particularly sad by two corporations in Nigeria. That's the Ajaokuta Steel and Alscom. I don't know if you know Alscom. That's the Aluminium Smelting Company of Nigeria in Ikot-Abasi. I first learned about Ajaokuta in my, I think year 4 in secondary school, when we did chemistry and we did metals. And my chemistry, I was very passionate about it. That, oh, there's Ajaokuta, Nigeria is going to start producing steel and everything. And here I am, over 50 years, and we have not produced one steel. I mean, it was just a colossal waste of money. The same model that was adopted for Ajaokuta, for NLNG should have been adopted for all these corporations, because we know the kind of society in which we live in. And I mean, look, we will pander, because whoever is in power will have to get his people into the place. If it's a privately run enterprise, or if it's run in the ratio where the private sector controls the greater percentage, if you want to push people in, at least it will satisfy some basic merits for you to push them in, rather than when it is completely state-owned, and then whoever is in charge of that parastatal, like we witnessed in some of the reports you read concerning Nigerian Airways and Railway Corporation, that people continue to push people that are less qualified into positions that require high technicality or very high competence. And then also in selling, I mean, that's why I'm not entirely in favor of selling some of these corporations, because selling them to is robbing us blind. Alscom, in particular, was built for 120 million. Of course, we know the budget was over bloated, but then I don't think it will be as over bloated as, I mean, building something of 120 million at $3.6 billion. So that is a very, very sad story. I hope we're able to get out of it. I hear now that there's a new effort to revive Ajaokuta. I try to follow that news on a daily basis to try and see if I can glean something from this, if something positive will come out from it. All the equipment that were installed over the years have become obsolete. So there's no gainsaying about that. So we need to now be keen to restore new equipment, new technology, because all those furnaces then, OTD, Kini Alapata, So that's essentially what it is. So I hope and I pray that the current administration will be able to revive it and make it work and function. Then on the election, and we are selling. They've sold all these things before. If you recall, there was particularly for Ajaokuta have been sold like about 3 times. Okay. There was a concessioning to, I think there was a Swedish company. There was another sale that was reversed. Now they are calling back the Russians, the original people that built the plant, to come back. And then there was a time that one of the companies, I can't remember exactly, that one of the companies sued the federal government for termination of the contract. So we've lost money. And at every stage of it, because some of these decisions were not properly thought through, somebody just say, oh, okay, let's just do something, and then they don't think it through, they don't properly articulate it, and then Nigeria eventually ends up losing money. Just like the P&ID contract that we had to go back to London to go and try to reverse. Now, on the electoral, transmission, look, I've been on a couple of panels talking about this. People simply lack understanding. The word there, the operative word there is mandatory. When you say elections should be transmitted electronically mandatorily, it means that where you are not able to do that, the election for that location becomes invalid. It's a cause for litigation. And that was why the Senate was being very careful about. Even in the US, and all the people that are using the term of electronic voting in real time, even in the US today, US does not do real-time voting. They don't. They will do electronic voting, but the electronic voting still has ballot. So once you cast your vote, it will print a ballot. That ballot is now, you see it in the transparent window, it drops it into the, the ballot box. So that if there's any reason for them to do an audit, they can now audit. So it is only the result that is transmitted electronically. And now, in Nigeria, for you to even be able to transmit anything data, you need 4G. 4G penetration in Nigeria is just about 52%. So that means just about half of Nigeria is covered by 4G. So how is it going to be possible for you to mandate electronic transmission of results? Unless you are just not being realistic, or you just want to create chaos. So I think that's that about that. Then find your share zone. It's just a beer parlor.
We have to wrap up. We have to wrap up now. Like, all right.
Yes, that's about it. I think I've talked about everything. Then, like I said, find your share zone is just beer parlor talk. It shouldn't be taking that too serious. Okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you very much for your contribution. What you said about NITEL, I think that's one of the major issues. And I think you also prefer solutions. So, and it's similar to what I said, that we should have, my opinion is that Nigerian government should not have corporations, because historically it doesn't work out. So why not allow the private sector run it, but the government can own shares? Like the government on behalf of Nigerian citizens own maybe 20, 30, 40, 49, if they allow % of the business, and that's it. And you're not going to be influencing anything there. It should not even be up to 49%. Because I don't know anybody that owns companies that allow Nigeria to. Someone just call you and say, I have one person that I want you to give job. You put the person there. Before you know it, like you said, 7 typists, 1 typewriter. It is well. I'll just quickly read the good news I wanted to read earlier, because we should have something good. Lagos moves to build West Africa's leading international financial center. Lagos is a just step towards repositioning Nigeria as a global investment destination with the unveiling of a comprehensive roadmap to establish a Lagos International Financial Center envisioned as the leading financial hub in West Africa. The roadmap is contained in a new report entitled Establishing an International Financial Center in Lagos, LIFC, Nigeria, produced by the City UK in collaboration with the UK government, Lagos State Government, the Lagos International Financial Center Council, and Enterprise NGR. The report was formally launched at the State House Marina, Lagos, and so we're looking forward. Once we get more news on this, we'll let everybody know. Lastly, Tinubu unveils renewed hope development plan. Let's just listen to that, and then we'll move on from here. Take a listen to this.
Please, that thing you're doing in the kitchen, you don't want to record,
1 second.
social development,
infrastructure, social development. Still in Abuja, where the federal government is presenting the Renewed Hope National Development Plan themed delivering inclusive growth and sustainable national development. The event is expected to outline key priorities for economic growth, infrastructure, social development, and national transformation. Both the president and vice president are expected to address the gathering as government officials and stakeholders converge to address the roadmap for inclusive development. Let's listen in.
To move from recovery to transformation. From narrow growth to one that is inclusive, the one resilient, inclusive, and sustainable. Resilient. Nigeria stands as a defining crossroad. We face inherent structural challenges, including macroeconomic imbalances, infrastructural deficits, unemployment, poverty, climate vulnerabilities, and limited physical space. Yet, our people possess the resilience, creativity, and determination to overcome these realities. Since the inception of this administration, we have undertaken bold and necessary reforms to stabilize the economy, restore confidence, and lay the foundation for long-term growth. These reforms are instruments for delivering prosperity, dignity, and opportunity to all Nigerians. I must say again at this junction, the monetary policy that we've embarked on since the reforms has yielded positive results and is being recognized around the world. Thank you, Mr. Governor of Zambia. We have recorded notable achievements that reflect our commitment to cooperative federalism and inclusive development. This, and first, state and local government now receive increased and more predictable federal allocations, improving their capacity to pay salaries, invest in infrastructure, and deliver social services. Second, we have strengthened the macroeconomic stability through improved revenue performance, stronger public financial management, and enhanced physical coordination. Third, we have prioritized infrastructural development across the transportation, power, digital connectivity, housing, and irrigation as a catalyst for inclusive growth. Fourth, we have expanded social investment and human capital programs targeting vulnerable households, youth, women, and small businesses. The Renew Hope World Development Project further demonstrates our commitment to grassroots inclusion through a bottom-up approach to national development. These successes reflect strong collaboration among federal, the state government, and the local government, development partners, and the private sector.
My name is Dr. Zainab Shinkafi.
It's quite long, and there's an ad here.
Private sector.
I mean, essentially, the beautiful thing is that the president unveiled the Renewed Hope Development Plan, and it actually has something to do with different sectors, the plans for different sectors of Nigeria's economy. All right, we're going to move on very quickly. We have the last, I brought a number of people up. I think we have one more person, so we'll listen to him, and then we will go to class. Hour on trial. So let's have a phone. Good evening, phone.
Good evening, Prof. It's been a minute. Yeah. I've not been up for a minute. This Nigeria system, because if we talk about Nigeria, let's look at Lagos State, for example. We have Water Corporation. The last time, Tomi run the Water Corporation, maybe like in the 90s. And we have people working there, they retired and they are there. Co-sustainable, any country to flourish, Ijoba call a major employer. Private organization will employ you. Everybody keep taking their family and their friends into government parastatal and establishment. It's going to continue to kill or destroy the companies. So like the first caller said, I just feel like we should just let go, or if the water corporation is coming back, it should be privatized. Like truly, the government can buy shares, but maybe like 10-20%. So they are just stakeholder there, but then they cannot force people to employ anything because like because it eats home. That's why I'm talking like this. They don't maintain anything, and there's this exaggerated or padded budget and bills for things. Shegon, thank you.
Thank you very much about the phone. Like your submission, when you talk about the water corporation thing.
Very much. Like your submission, when you talked about the water corporation thing, it's actually quite sad that in many parts of Yoruba land, where growing up, we had water corporation, but these days, you are your own corporation. Everybody has borehole and well and all kinds of things. Anyway, thank you very much for that submission. Taiwo just on YouTube says, can INEC or a media house map the political polling units and come up with a percentage of those without easy internet access? You know what? It's not only about all those things. Is sometimes I think you know how you have solution and you have a problem, you look for solution. I think Nigerians like looking for problems for solutions, not solutions for problems. Like nothing is broken, but you have to do something just to create it. What's the essence of having to transmit something in real time? What does that even mean? You have to transmit it in real time. Meanwhile, you have videos of people are saying that they're going to hack. That was Obi campaign, Peter Obi campaign. They say we're going to hack this kidney for you. They did not hack. They didn't say anything to hack in last election. The truth is, they should be able to transmit that stuff, right? But it should be optional. The idea that it has to be like that and it must be real time. They must be seeing it as they are doing it. What kind of? Who does that in the world? Nigerians are blessed. Anyway, someone says my dad was an engineer there. Oh, really? Do people still work in Lagos State Water Corporation? I'm sure they do. All right. Someone on YouTube says something quite interesting. It says marginalization is real. Don't downplay it. Ulu, Lucas, tell me one thing, or in one area that Igbos are being marginalized. Tell me in the comment section. One thing. One. Forget all this, but one thing, be specific. What's that one thing? One area where Igbos have been marginalized. While we're waiting for his response, someone said, but on YouTube as well, New Era says internet access is unreliable all over Nigeria. And for that, someone has said, oh, why not use Starlink? But I found something that the owner of Starlink himself said on this electronic whatever. Let me play that before we move on from this whole thing. I think I have it somewhere here. Okay, take a listen to this. This is Elon Musk. He's the owner of Starlink, and this is what he has to say about elections and, and this is actually about e-voting, to be honest. But I think also extrapolate from there. Take a listen, please. What's happening? Oh, okay.
We should remind you, we should only do paper ballots hand counted. That's it. I'm a technologist. I know a lot about computers, and I'm like, the last thing I would do is trust a computer program. Because it's just too easy to hack. It's too easy to add just one line. And it's really difficult to hack paper ballots. So, it's in-person voting with ID, which, by the way, every country has. I mean, like almost every country that has democratic elections requires in-person voting with voter ID. It's super weird to not have that. I think that's the only way to effectively address fraud.
The point is, he's talking about e-voting again, not the same issue, but still about the unreliability of tech when it comes to elections. That's the point I'm trying to make. And he's saying that they should, vote using paper and they should count with their hands. We tend to, again, I don't see any problem that Nigerians are even shouting about. What exactly does real-time transmission does for you? That what you're doing now, say they're canceling paper. Meanwhile, I think I should do this session maybe next week. Oh, there was something I wanted to talk about. I just remembered. Yoruba Tennis Club. Maybe I'll do a session next week to show you the pattern of the pattern of rigging in the last election. You'll be shocked. The part of Nigeria where rigging was actually concentrated, you'll be shocked. I think I put out the link a while back. It's on our Telegram channel. So if you want to read it before then, you can feel free to check it out. It's a Substack, article. I don't want to tell you where they concentrated rigging. I mean, everywhere you see rigging, different parts, but there's a particular place where everything just got dark. They're the ones telling us how to run elections now. Anyway, I was going to say something about Yoruba Tennis Club. Let's quickly do it before we go to today's class. So, oh my show. Sorry, I think there's a lunatic in the comment section on YouTube. Let's just deal with this person. I thought you were a human being. You've been talking rubbish since, but I allowed you. But since you were not properly raised, let me send you to your parents. So hopefully they can. I'm not going to be doing your father's job for you. Lucas or whatever your name is, I'm going to have to send you to the naughty corner. You'll be there for 30 minutes. You're a very stupid person, by the way, you should be told. And your behavior actually shows that you're not properly raised. Go back home. Your father will take care of the rest. All right, having dealt with that lunatic, let's get back to today's conversation. Before we go to class, I was going to talk about Yoruba Tennis Club. They celebrated 100 years, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, and I didn't get to talk about it at the time, but I think it's important for us to know what has happened so far. I'm going to play you two videos, and I'll read you an article I'll read an excerpt from Zeke's book very quickly, and then we'll move on to the topic of today. So let's start with This interview with the Vice Chairman, Yoruba Tennis Club, Babatunde Shobamo, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly. I think, or Shobamo, which of Kosami Loria. Anyway, take a listen to this. It was on Arise TV to talk about the centenary celebration. Take a listen, please.
Mark intellectual engagement, which we've the Yoruba Tennis Club is set to kick off activities marking its centenary anniversary with a landmark intellectual engagement, which will feature Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka on February 5 at the Yoruba Tennis Club, Onikon, Lagos. The event, a special centenary seminar series, is designed to formally signal the commencement of the club's 100th anniversary celebrations and underscore its long-standing role as a meeting point for culture, intellect, and civic discourse. The club's centenary celebration is themed "A Century at the Forefront of History and Tradition," and it is expected to feature a series of activities aimed at reflection and idea-driven engagement. Now joining me in the studio are the chairman of the Yoruba Tennis Club, Engineer Chief Olawunmi Gaspar. Chairman, thank you for joining us on This Day Live.
Thank you very much.
And he's also here with the Vice Chairman, and that's Sir Babatunde Shobamo. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Let's start at the beginning. September, I think, 15?
September 15, 1926.
1926,
Yeah.
now to the year 2026. The oldest indigenous social club in Nigeria. What's the background? I heard that Yoruba Tennis Club had to be established because black people were not allowed to go to Ikoyi Club. 1938. Is that the truth? Or
well, yes, it is.
Okay.
Interestingly, the early decades and the 20th century, Lagos was learning to define itself. And you now had educated Africans working with the colonial administrators. And these were very fluent and competent young professionals, but they were excluded from the space. What's the space? The space was the engagement, belonging to social clubs. And social clubs itself is not only for leisure. It's for legitimacy, it's for recognition, it's for belonging. And as young professionals, they thought, look, we went to the same schools with this guy, we went to Oxford, we went to Cambridge, we went to Glasgow, we went to Dublin. Why should we be excluded? And they thought, well, it's not a matter of carrying placards and all that. Let's look at the different path. And the different path they decided to form to meet at 75 Tukumbo Street on the island to form a social club called Ore. Friendship is good. Orolodu. They formed that. And they essentially to dine, to wine, leisure, relationship, and all that. Later on in September of that same year, they decided to change the name to Yoruba Tennis Club, from Oreludun to Yoruba Tennis Club. And it was not a war of declaration of tribe. It was that of ownership. And why did I say that? Because if the club then was called European Club, which has been transformed to the Lagos Lawn Tennis Club now, they decided, why, if it's European Club, Yoruba then was a nation, let's call it Yoruba Tennis Club. So it was the declaration of ownership to say, this is we, this is who we are. And gradually, very bright young professionals then, Viade Allen, R. Adewale Randu, Ade Adeniji, and of course, Herbert Macaulay, young, and given a location somewhere around Onikon, later on, that was taken away from them, another location. But the very good thing about them was it was an intellectual engagement because they realized that independence was coming. And they focused very much on intellectual engagement to say, look, let us start practicing or preparing leadership. How do we get leaders that would fill in the gaps that will be at independence? So luckily enough, that worked very well. Independence came. They were very prominent. Most of those who drove the programs were harvested from those young professionals from Yoruba Tennis Club. Again, the military came. Prominently, the military, relied on these same young professionals who are basically lawyers, engineers, judges, all around, for most of the programs that were reeled out post-war by the military regime there. So it's evolved. In the 30s and the 40s and the 70s, the Ladies' Wing came to support the welfare, and it became more of a family club. And then now we have the 100th anniversary, where we have preponderance of young members now. We can say about 80% of our membership, young cerebral, young members, professionals, and and that's the.
Let me ask the vice chairman.
All right. To actually hear that an organization is 100 years old. By the way, again, the person who just spoke is the chairman of the Yoruba Tennis Club, Olaomi Gaspar. The Shoba Mahmoud I mentioned earlier is the vice chairman. Anyway, they mentioned that they were having a centenary seminar series, and they were going to invite the Nobel laureate, Professor Wole Soyinka, and they did invite him, and he was at the event, and this is what he said there. Take a listen, please.
Universalist? No, that is not how humanity cognizes itself. And this movement, which correctly, accurately named itself the Yoruba Tennis Club, is both in recognition of the game and in recognition of who they were, who started the association. And the answer to all sorts of carping is simply, if you don't like it, if you don't like the name, go back to your own village and start your own. So now,
that line, if you don't like it, go back to your village and start your own, it was actually referring to a particular person and a group of people. Let me even say a particular group of people. When he said, if you don't like it, go back to... This idea of universalism, like we are all global citizens, is nonsense. It's not real. It's not real. It's not based on reality, and that's what he's saying, and that's why they chose the name Yoruba Tennis Club. I'm going somewhere with this. I want you to finish that thing. I want you to listen to it again, and then you'll finish the speech. When he said, if you don't like the fact that it's called Yoruba, go back to your village and start your own. He was referring to a particular person. I'm going to read you something from that person very soon. Take a listen again.
that all such carping is simply, if you don't like it, if you don't like the name, go back to your own village and start your own. So now to your question. Yes, I was actually thinking very nationally when I wrote that play. I was also...
Let's move on, because he's going to talk about the play he wrote, back in the day. So, somebody wrote his autobiography, published it in 1970. It's called My Odyssey, and the person who wrote it is Azikiwe, and this is what he said in his book. This is Nnamdi Azikiwe. On my return to Nigeria, I followed my experience in Ghana and tried to join the leading tennis clubs. Take that again. On my return to Nigeria, I followed my experience in Ghana and tried to join the leading tennis clubs, partly to improve my game and also to broaden my circle of friends. I applied for membership of the Yoruba Tennis Club. At that time, it had in its membership virtually all the leading tennis players of Nigeria resident in Lagos, and most of these were well known to me, but I was debarred from membership. I asked a few friends and I was informed that an unwritten law existed in that club not to admit into its membership any person of Igbo descent, no matter how eminent he might be. Naturally, I was disappointed because some of the players were my schoolmates and contemporaries. In view of this act of tribal discrimination, I decided to establish an athletic. I'll come back to read the second part. Listen to this. If a Yoruba person learned from the others, what they did by ensuring that I didn't join is the best thing to do, and it's how Nigerians should be structured. Yoruba Tennis Club, why did they start Yoruba Tennis Club? Because they were excluded by the British. And they said that by the Europeans, and they were like, we are also a nation, we're creating something for our own people, where we can gather and talk. Where you won't come and tell us that, why are you speaking Yoruba? Why are you acting like, are you not more Nigeria with us? They created Yoruba Tennis Club, and even back then, Zik is saying they were tribally discriminatory. Like, it's theirs. And that's what Professor Olushenka was insinuating earlier. Like, if you don't like it, start your own. But here's the crazy part. Zik first threw tantrums about the fact that Yoruba people were not going to accept others into a Yoruba club in Yoruba land. And then he went ahead to create something, which is brilliant, by the way. But what it is actually quite interesting. He says here, naturally, I was disappointed because some of the players were my schoolmates. By the way, it wasn't like it was not that they excluded him because he was Igbo. They excluded him because he was not Yoruba. That's the point. You don't belong to this why do people want to belong in every space? Why? What makes you think you must belong to every group? This man, you know what? I'm going to come back to this. Let me read something. I'm coming back to this. This man did all of the same, all this. Ayojuno, Tojubole Ranuru did it until he joined Reformed Ogboni. Let me respond to you very quickly. I'm coming back to that Yoruba Tennis Club very, very soon. Just to let you also know that some of what you're seeing right now, nothing happening is actually new. Odisheleri. 1 second, I'll find you something. This is from an article in Vanguard. Okay. One young public servant who got so close was bold enough to ask Zik about his association with Ogboni and the metaphysical powers attributed to him by somebody. What metaphysical powers? They said that, let me go back a bit. As a titled man and Ogboni member, a lot was attributed to Zik. One legend said he went to the belly of the ocean to trick a mermaid. It was also peddled in bars and markets that the politician was invincible. One young public servant who got so close was bold enough to ask Zik about his association with Ogboni and the metaphysical powers attributed to him by supporters and opponents alike. The response was like an exclusive story. Zik admitted he was an Ogboni member because when he returned from the US to settle in Lagos, almost everyone that mattered in Nigeria belonged to the fraternity. The returnee did not want to be left behind, so the best way to climb up was to join them. However, Zik later withdrew from the group when quote-unquote ethnocentric considerations began to feature excessively in its activities. What kind of nonsense is this? Ethnocentric considerations began to feature excessively in its activities and beclouded the supposed favor available to members. Thus, continued membership did not hold much rationality. In other words, you enter Reformed Ogboni fraternity. I don't know what you're looking for. We're trying to find a ladder up to climb the social ladder. And now you are leaving because it's becoming too ethnic. It's a Yoruba organization. They allowed him. Yoruba Tennis Club did not allow him. And I prefer Yoruba Tennis Club. It's important to actually create some things just for yourself as Yoruba people. Like, this is ours. Oh, does that mean you hate us? That's your business. Do you build houses and throw the doors open for everybody on your street to enter? Tonight, before you sleep, are you going to shut your door or not? That space is for you and your family. That's what it means. I don't know why Yoruba people are always apologizing for this thing in the name of, Anyway, let's go back to this. So Zik says here that he applied for membership of the Yoruba Tennis Club, and he was debarred from membership. Naturally, I was disappointed because some of the players were my schoolmates and contemporaries. In view of this act of tribal discrimination, I decided to establish an athletic club, which would open the doors of its membership to sportsmen and women of all races, nationalities, and classes residing in Nigeria. So with MRB Otun, I founded, guess the name of the club that Zik founded in 1938. Guess the name of the club. Yoruba people have Yoruba Tennis Club. Zik wants to do something that will be open to all of us, all Nigerians, all human beings, regardless of races and nationalities. And he went on to call it Zik Athletic Club.
So let's speak against Yoruba people creating something for Yoruba people and place something.
So let's speak against Yoruba people creating something for Yoruba people in Yoruba land, but you create something and name it after yourself in Yoruba land, but it's for everybody. Why didn't you give it a name for everybody? Why didn't you call it Human Tennis Club? Why did you call it your name? Yoruba Tennis Club is 100 years old. What they did is a lesson for all of us. And the reason they mentioned it, during the interview, the chairman mentioned it, Professor Shenka also mentioned it, the idea that, it's tribal is tribal. Yes, it is ethnic. It is a national organization. You don't go to certain space and just go and be Tojubole, I want to be part of this thing. You don't have to be part of it. And it doesn't reduce you. You can create your own ethnic, and by the way, why not go to your own space and create something like that for yourself? That's what Professor is saying, and he's right. Any small thing, they say that you are tribalistic. Don't mind them. And the funny thing is that folks from the South actually know how to preserve their space, which I respect a lot. It's just that they hate it when other people preserve their own spaces, which is ridiculous. So as it was in 1938, so 37, 38, so it is right now. So when people try to gaslight you and say, why are you not doing something? So for instance, now you could not join the one that Oyimbos were. You founded something for your own people. Now you allow others to join. Those others now come in to tell you how to run the place, because after all, we are all one Nigeria. Why are you speaking Yoruba? Can you imagine the audacity that it would take to say that Reform the Boni fraternity was getting too ethnic? Of course, this is not Ogboni Aborigines. This is not the traditional, but this is the one by the Archdeacon. The idea that everything was founded on Yoruba, mixed with Christianity, whatever, but primarily Yoruba ideas and value system. You say it's getting too ethnic. What were you looking for there in the first place? So Yoruba people be proud, and when you want to conserve or exclude others, you should. There are things you exclude. We exclude people from many things every day. There are things that are private. You don't want others to see. You exclude us, and you have a right to do so. Everything you have to open doors. And when I was reading this book, by the way, he started mentioning people that joined the group. I saw different names. I saw a lot of Yoruba people. I was like, okay, now I understand how he was able to get people in 1948 to establish Yoruba Federal Union against Egbemo Oduduwa that Yoruba people have founded on their own. He had some Yorubas to work with. Those ones are the ones that always want to prove that they are better than other Yorubas because they are more, what's that stupid word? They are detribalized. They are global citizens. So when they're traveling abroad, when they carry the passport, he writes globe on it. They're just jokers. Or it's Nigeria, but it's Nigeria because we have a Nigerian passport. By the way, we even have an ECOWAS passport right now. Go to Ghana and tell them that you own the land in Ghana with them. If they don't send you back to your father's house. But I think we have to tell ourselves these things. It's happened before. They always use the fact that you're tribalistic, but back home, and Ebonyima cannot even go to play tennis in if they had on the tennis club, I'm very sure Ebonyima would not be able to play there. I'm very sure, 100%. but they'll tell you about how you are being tribalistic. It's a joke. Muse on. It's been a long time. I was going to say it's been a minute. It's been a long time, but good to see you again, sir. All right, let's go to today's topic. I want trial, how it all began. I've been good though, Muson. I've been very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. New Era says, if Azikiwe had joined the Yoruba Tennis Club, he would have fought to lead it and then Igbonize it like he did with NTNC. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's why, you see, again, when next you listen to the 1964 interview of Sadana, remember these things when you're listening to that interview. When he said they get to people that want to become the head of those people, me, I guess, but that's not the point. The point is to take, it's not necessary to create it, it's to take it over and then fill it with your own people. Which was what happened with NCNC. They Igbolized the party. The owners of the party now started doubting their own sanity. One day we'll have a conversation on what happened to TOS Benson in Okorodu. When they get in there, they will now be telling them that, are you not one Nigeria? Are you not supposed to be doing this together? You will now be spending your lifetime trying to explain or prove that you are really tribalized. It's unnecessary. Adamorisha says Labour Party of recent is the same story. It's the same story. Take it over and dominate the place. That's the definition of your business. It's not about that. It's about ownership. People don't have a sense of ownership. You own something. This is mine. This is mine. This belongs to us. You don't have to be here. But if you have a huge problem, why would you want to be part of everything? Sometimes you just respect yourself. This is for them. How many places have we gone to in this life that you get some places like this thing? I was going to mention an example. I went somewhere once. The environment told me I wasn't supposed to be there. Everybody was just blasting in the language, and it felt like war. I won't mention the language. I was like, I got to go. Carrie's event says they even denied TOS Benson from procuring a land in his Igbo wife's village for post office. Yes, they did. You are very correct. Even though he married an Igbo woman, they did. And in Ikorodu, they made sure that his constituency, instead of him to run for that post, they made sure an Igbo man for a very long time. They made sure an Igbo man ran. He now went as independent and now won. If not, he would have lost. This thing, tactics, anyway, we'll read one of them again in this paper. What happened in 62 with Ebubedike, who was representing Badagry. Squashoki says, when are you going to talk about your Kwara massacre? When you finish talking about the massacre in your family house. You know, every day, they always, your brothers are killing your older brothers. I don't hear you make noise about it. So when you start talking about the massacre in your family house, then you can come and tell us how to talk about it. I don't know why you guys are so daft. I'm talking to you. What's your name? Squash. Okay. Okay. They don't squash your head. More go back to this topic, I beg. I don't have time for other. Thank you, MDA 8613 on YouTube. Let's power tap also on YouTube. Thank you very much. Let's get to today's class. All right. Our on trial, how it all began. Last week we discussed our on trial and why Awo was tried for treason. And we talked deep about certain things. We talked about how we started actually with the claim by Samuel Ikoko. Samuel Gumsu Ikoko said that Awo had sent them to Ghana to go learn how to overthrow a government. And we read several books to debunk the ridiculousness of his speech or whatever he said. By reading a book by Ebizingo Batokwe called Awolowo's Life Great Battles, we also read Awolowo and the Forgotten Documents of the Nigerian Civil War by Odia Ofemon. And what we established is the fact that at the time, everybody, different political parties are thugs, right? In order to protect their spaces, okay? And so even in the north, you had, the Society of Madness, or the Sons of Madmen, the Society of Madmen, where they terrorized everybody. And we read some of the things that happened right in 1959 during the 1959 elections to action group members in the north, where they were intimidated, some were beaten, some were even killed, right, during that electoral process. So all the parties essentially had to have thugs. Another example, of course, was NEPO. NEPO had to create something called Positive Action Wing. They had to also have their own thugs in the north because of what NPC was doing to them. And also they had this thing where they worked with Cameroonian Sawaba Party, also sent some people to Eastern Europe to train. That's NEPO. That's Aminu Kano's party. Okay, so you also saw it with what happened in Onitsha when Papa went to Onitsha to speak. You had NCNC thugs right there as well. In AG, they also had to have thugs because if not, the other people can come and take over what you are doing. All right, so they came up with an idea to train their own men, just like the NEPO would go to Eastern Europe or to Cameroon. They also sent people to Ghana. But the goal was not about overthrowing any government. It was about protecting their space. There's something I was supposed to read last week that I did not read, and I'm going to quickly start from there before we go into today's conversation proper. And it's a paper by Dudley, Violence in Nigerian Politics. Okay, by B. Dudley. I'm just going to read this very quickly. Thuggery is, of course, another name for... let me go back a bit. At no time was the total elimination of political rivals and the suppression of any form of social criticism was more clearly demonstrated than at the last 1964 federal elections, when thuggery became the accepted general practice. Thuggery is, of course, another name for naked violence, a violence which during these elections valued human life at the price of a few wraps of Indian hemp. To follow the convention of the times, thugs were those who fought the battle of the opposing camp. One's own supporters were never thugs, but party stalwarts. I'll take that again. One's own supporters were never thugs, but party stalwarts, particularly when one's party formed the government, in which case the class of stalwarts became quite extensive and included uniformed stalwarts, in quote. The members of the native authority and local government police force. Okay, so he's saying that the class of stalwarts became quite extensive and included uniformed stalwarts, in quote, the members of the native authority and local government police forces. On one occasion, a clash between one set of stalwarts, by the way, stalwarts is in inverted commas, they are thugs, is perhaps... Okay, okay. 1 second, please. Okay. On one occasion, a clash between one set of stalwarts of the government party and the Nigerian police force, the federal police, resulted in the death of two of the stalwarts. It is perhaps not without some interest and some irony that the stalwarts were protecting, in quote, some ministers of the same government who had issued orders to the police that they should stamp out thuggery. We read something in Shehu Shagari's book, Beckon to Say, where he talked about the Yantauri. They were like a group of young men who were armed. They had arrows and bows and spears, and they were there to protect northern politicians in Lagos. And after this 65 crisis, about 200 of them moved to Lagos and lived in the legislative, quarters in order to protect them. And he had to get 50 bags of rice. He wrote this in his book. The point is that all these parties had these thugs. They could call them stalwarts or whatever, but they were there to actually protect the interests of the party. And like I said last week, it is not so much a moral argument as it is something grounded in reality. If you did not have people to protect your space, you are done for. Which is why you have people like Babade Dibu back then. By the way, whatever you knew Adedibu to be doing before his death, he started doing it as a young person. He did not start it at that age. He's been doing it since the 60s, if not 50s. All right, I'll just read a few more things here. After the elections were over, the spirit of violence remained. Between April and May 1965, at least 3 people were killed in the Western region for political reasons. And on the 25th of May, the Prime Minister, Alhaji Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, said that in view of the situation, he was watching, quote unquote, he was watching the region. He was quoted as saying, "I will not hesitate to flood the region with the police and the army if the people do not behave." We're going to refer to this much later. There was never a reason to flood Western region with the police or the army. At least in 1962, when he first had when he first declared the state of emergency in Western region. But let's continue. In another region, I'm still reading the book by B. Dudley. The book is titled Violence in Nigerian Politics. He says, in another region, the North, the supporters of the governing party, it is reported, are told that to kill a member of the opposition is not a crime, since members of the opposition are religious heretics, kafiris. Kafiris, not considered kafiris or keferi, unbelievers who are already condemned before God. To support the opposition under such circumstances is equivalent to dissociation from the religious community. And did not the prophet say that the hand of God is upon the community, al-Jama'ah, and he who sets himself apart from it will be set apart in hellfire? He who departs from the community by a handspan ceases to be a Muslim. It does not make any difference if the member of the opposition is a Muslim. All that is needed is to stipulate that such men are not real Muslims, as was the case in the riots in Gusau in Sokoto province in 1957, earlier in Kano in 1953. This is why I read this thing. The Jamia Maokata, or Society of Madmen, a storm group, took upon itself to eliminate from the province the party opposed to the government. These guys were emanates in the north, right? So every political party had people like this. The Western region was not going to be left out, and they also organized it. And I want to say something that, again, I'm not saying this to say that it's good to have thugs, but the point is, in the 1950s and 1960s, you had to do something. You had to have people to guard your space. So what was happening at the time, if you read the forgotten documents of the Nigerian Civil War, was that not only was the North, or NPC specifically, investing a lot in Society of Madmen and Yantauri. Not only were they investing in those people, they were also getting their boys into the army. And according to Odia Ofemon, it was a way to ensure that different catchment areas in Nigeria had Northerners who could be deployed when needed by the politicians. And that's why you notice that in 1966, July, when the Northern officers began their counter coup, it happened simultaneously in different locations. So it was Abeokuta, Ibadan, Ikeja, then it happened in the north as well. The only reason it did not happen in Enugu was because of a man called Ogunewe. Ogunewe was the one, because they called him Baba, they liked him, and he was the one who was able to persuade the young man and say, okay, let's do it this way. Let's have a Northerner and an Igbo person, someone from the east, hold on to the keys, right? So that nobody actually has access to the armory, or else the Northerners were going to actually go into the armory, bring out guns and kill everybody. So they had the Northerners placed in different places. Although I should also say this, that while Ogunewe was doing what he was doing to calm the people down, Ojukwu had run away. He ran away from the State House, he ran to the police headquarters in Enugu. Then from there, he ran 67 miles to Onitsha. It was while he was in Onitsha that I took his phone and was calling Babakufemi Ogundipe that the East was behind him. He should fight. He should fight Gowon that had army and soldier, had army and weapons, but the East was behind him. But the person who was saying the East was behind him was hiding inside one place in Onitsha. Just give an idea how strong certain people are. Anyway, the point is Ogundipe came in and they did not fight. But the point we're also saying is that the Northerners they were positioned in different parts of Nigeria, and that was also the reason Ojukwu, by the time he eventually got himself together, said that the Northerners should leave their region, not just the people, but this time the army. And Gowon had to move out the Northern armies, soldiers or officers of Northern origin from the Eastern region. All had to make the same case for the Western region, which made Gowon do the same thing for the Western region, because the Northerners were everywhere. In other words, they were legitimizing folks to fight the battle for NPC, essentially. So instead of having Yantauri or Makuta, Sons of Madmen travel all the way, you already have soldiers in different parts of Nigeria. So that was the mindset that people had. So you had to protect your region. All of that to say that it is true that Action Group actually sends people to Ghana to train, but it is false that they were sent to Ghana to learn how to overthrow a government. That's just senseless. And it doesn't matter that the person who said it was Amikoku, it still doesn't make any sense. He said what he said for whatever reason. I don't know what happened. And a lot of writers have said they don't know what happened to him. Because he got back from Ghana, he was returned to Nigeria in 62 there. 62? Yes. No. Couldn't be 62. No. I think it was in 66. He had run to Ghana in 62. So it was returned around 66 thereabout. And around that time, even after Awo left prison, Awo still helped him get jobs. Like, if he needed a job, Awo would help. But eventually, he decided to work with NPN, Northern People's... What's NPN? NPC is Northern People's Congress, Abi. NPN is the party they formed in 79, for the 79 election from the North. So he joined, the NPN rather than the AG. And the more I studied, and I didn't go into some things last week, and it was intentional. The more I studied that man, the more I wondered why on earth I would have wanted him to be the secretary of the AG. He radicalized the party, but I don't blame him. I would rather say, what was about looking at? Thank you, CEO coded, National Party of Nigeria, NPN. I knew there was national somewhere, there was Nigeria somewhere, but I didn't know where they were. But thank you for helping out. So he moved from, when he came back to Nigeria, he joined NPN rather than UPN, which was the party that AG members, flowed into. But that's not surprising. Ojukwu himself joined NPN, even though he said, Hausas were trying to Islamize Nigeria. He ran away, he came back and joined the same Hausas in NPN. It's quite interesting the way this thing plays out. Anyway, the point is that they sent people abroad to protect their space. And they did it in 65 when elections were read out before, when results were read out before votes were counted, right? And that's how parties moved. So Awolowo was sent to prison not because of what he did, but because it was a threat, right? And we also read last week that what he did in 59 was actually the beginning of the Owala. Okay? Papa went to the north to campaign. Again, it wasn't a presidential system of government, it was parliamentary. But there were members of Action Group who were running for offices in certain parts of the north, whether it was in Bauchi or in Raba or in Sokoto or in different parts of the north. So Action Group had to go there and campaign so that their members could win. If their members won, that means they had more seats in the parliament, and it would be easy for them to be able to make the changes that they really wanted to make. And yes, Awo had a problem with the old feudal structure of the north, and so they moved into the north, and they moved into every part of Nigeria, to be fair, not just the north, the east, the west, everywhere. And the idea basically was whatever he was able to achieve in Western region between 1952 and 1959, he wanted to be able to do the same thing at the national level or at the federal level. So what he did was they had this ingenious way of actually reaching out to people. Please power tap on TikTok, thank you. They had helicopters and planes writing stuff in the sky. They had cars and motorbikes and bicycles, all kinds of vehicles to get the message out, right? And they essentially, you could use the word invaded because that's a word that the Sardauna used when he was writing his piece in December 1959. And I'm going to read that to you because we started with the question, why? Okay, today we're going to go into how it all started. But the first part last week was, why was he actually tried? It was tried because he got into their space. Okay, they would campaign for people. They were not campaigning for Yoruba people in the north, though. They were campaigning for Northerners in the north, but who belong to Action Group, who have a different idea of how governance and politics should work, who believe that the people should be the one that actually, determine who rules them, rather than a situation where the leadership of the aristocracy determines who leads the people, which is what still happens in the north up until today. Anyway, back then, Awo went there, and because of their aggressive campaigns in the north, the Sardauna had to do something he had never done in his life, which was to actually go out to campaign. So he went out to campaign. He had to go and solicit for votes. Now, you may think, what's the big deal? Are we not doing democracy? Well, that's you. Where he comes from, in the north, when I say in the north, I'm speaking specifically about the core north, okay? Especially the Hausa area. Something that happened about a century before then that had legitimized or that had secured the space for the Fulani. And they had created a system that was very similar to what you had in Europe, all right, many years prior, which was feudal in nature. What that means basically is that you have the aristocracy, and they knew where they belonged, and then you had the serfs, and those ones also knew where they belonged. You really don't have middle class. Think about it. I've been to the north. I've spent time there. If you're rich, you're very rich. If you're poor, you're very poor. And if you have some, it's because of your proximity to the very wealthy, So, and it was European all over, and that's why it was very easy for the British or the English to work with the Fulani. They had a system that worked, and it was a very effective system. And so, as somebody who is the grandson of Sultan Bello and a descendant of Osman Dan Fodio, why on earth would they be walking the street to ask you to vote for him? That would be beneath him. And so he thought that going out, right, he only did that because of what Action Group people were doing in the north at the time. And there was a story in the book by Papa himself. The book is called Adventures in Power, Book 2, The Travels of Democracy and the Rule of Law. And in this book, it talked about when Sardauna was at the restaurant and he cleaned his nose with his handkerchief and, discovered there was dust all over the place, and he said he would never forgive Awolowo. And that for me was a major thing in the whole conversation. But there's something else that he wrote. So you might say, oh, but he just said that one. What does that really matter? Anyway, Sardauna wrote a piece in December of 1959, and it was published in the dailies. And this is what he said. He said, by the way, this was 20th December 1959, Sunday Express. It says here, I shall divide Nigeria into two and hand them over to my lieutenants, depending on where you're from. Sir Amadu contended that APC's new decision to invade the South politically was a reply to the recent invasion of the North by southern political parties. He cited a portion in the Quran which says, "You have come to our home, and from now on we shall be taking the battle to your house." Sir Amadu claimed that, like his great-grandfather Sheikh Osman Dan Fodio, who he said after his conquest divided the conquered country between his two sons, I too, after conquering the South, will also divide Nigeria into two, to be taken charge of by two of my lieutenants. He said the South had already been handed over to Alhaji Abubakar, the Prime Minister, and added that before his resignation from politics, he would appoint another lieutenant to take over the administration of the North. He presented a cloak of authority to Balewa. So that essentially tells you that the line was already drawn, like there's battle. And that was the beginning of the Wala. A lot of things happened. We read some of these things last week. If you were not here, please check the second part of the series we did on Monday. Yes, on Monday. It's in the live section, but the video will be out later this weekend. All right. So we also talked about how they campaigned in the Sadanas hometown of Rabba, how they also went to, they would have been killed. It also happened in the east, how they were stoned and things like that. Just to give you an idea of what happened at the time. So the reason, and it was MPC and NCNC that worked together to destroy the man and the party. And I think I should read something to you about that. It wasn't so much about, North, both of them were good at the center, but they needed to do away with Owl and with his party action group. On ball. Very quickly, I'm going to read something to you from Awolowo and the Forgotten Documents of the Nigerian Civil War. Of course, at the point of the region-wide riot, it was clear that the two coalition partners working together for the destruction of the AG would have to re-strategize. Although sharing power at the federal level, they nevertheless worked against each other everywhere else. There's something I'm looking for. Give me a second. Okay. It says here, evidently, the parties in coalition at the federal level were neither true to one another nor to themselves. They saw the destruction of the action group differently. They who were busy organizing insurgents against other parties and using even the state apparatus to realize partisan goals needed to hide their activities by accusing the opposition of treason. According to Dudley, the NCNC wished that the action group be destroyed so that they, the only member of the coalition that had a foothold in the West, would inherit the West and then confront the North with a southern solidarity. After Awolowo was jailed in 1962, NCNC strategists actually tried to swallow up the West by forming a coalition with the Akintola faction of the AG, which had become the Nigerian National Democratic Party, NNDP. They did not reckon with the ingenuity of that dirty fighter, the Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò himself. He saw the score quickly. He preferred an alliance with the senior partner in the coalition, the NPC. It was only after failing with the NNDP that the NCNC came back to the AG, this time in search of a foothold rather than a routing. So this whole thing began because of Papa trying to get into the North, so the North wanted their own pound of flesh. The East also wanted to have the West for themselves. And like I always say, regardless of what both of them were doing, they couldn't penetrate until we had a crack. We had a crack in our own wall. And the crack was, of course, something that happened between Papa and Chief Akintola. And we also said that the first person to utter that word, and if you found anything earlier than February 62, please let me know. But in my research, February 62 was the very first time somebody uttered that, word, coup. That Awolowo was planning a coup, and the person who said it was Akintola. All right, and they used that against him eventually. And lesson for us from all of that is that no matter what, let's try and forget the Yoruba. Okay, but forget, sometimes you may not even unite with the person, just let them be. People are always saying unite. Unite if you can. If you can't, just leave them alone. All this, I have idea, you don't have idea. Your idea will destroy the whole place, and Nigeria will be the way it is. And I said something last week, I'll say it again, it's on YouTube. Why the Yoruba must continue to set the pace in Nigeria. Please watch that video, it's on YouTube, it's about 12 minutes 36 seconds. I said that Yoruba people are designed to be pace setters in Nigeria. Like it's not about I shall not agree, it's just the way it is. So you have many firsts by Western region. The reason for that is not to gloat or to boast. The reason for that is that if you are able to set the pace, then others will look at you and copy. when they copy, they will then begin to compete, in a healthy manner. That way, when they say, "Oh, this person has built the first, stadium, built the first high-rise, the first television station, first this, first that," they also would now want to do it. In doing it, they are also developing. So at the end of the day, all the regions are developing, even though they are looking at one. They're looking at one who is coming up with new ideas, new vision, new plans, and they're able to now develop. And I think that's the place God has placed Yoruba people, as far as Nigeria is concerned, while we're still in Nigeria, as long as we're in Nigeria. Even if we leave Nigeria, it'll still be like that, to be honest. And the reason is because of our history, because of our culture, because of our value system, because of our makeup, because of everything that makes us who we are. And knowing that, then we should be very careful about, trying to break ranks. And I think that's the bane of, and it's a human thing. It's not a Yoruba thing. Somebody said something on Facebook and said, "Oh, what you said, also happens to other people." And I said, "No, I'm not saying that it's an exclusive Yoruba weakness. It's human. The point is that Yoruba people cannot afford it. So don't be happy by saying, no. I don't also like when people say things like Yoruba man shiba, Yoruba man jira, let's say Yoruba man. I think it's a human thing. There was a time somebody was having a conversation and said things like Yoruba man, man, universal label, universal gesi. Man detail, man shira. So I said in English, was Brutus a Yoruba man, the one who stabbed Julius Caesar? It's a human thing. People will stab you, they'll backstab you, they'll do crazy things. It's a cultural thing, it's a human thing, not cultural. However, you as a people cannot afford it, because this is not the time to begin to think that way. Imagine if everybody just allowed, at least, even if not all over Nigeria, if in the western region, people, particularly the Akintola faction, allowed Awolowo to be what they wanted to be and to do what they wanted to do. Not only Yoruba land, Nigeria will be better than what it is right now. And I want to quickly address something. I've said it before, but I want to say it again. I saw an elderly man, Agbalagba, not 50, 60, 70, Agbalagba, was saying something online. Again, we respect age, but facts, history is sacrosanct. Facts are sacred. This man said that what Awo did was that he went to the center, he lost, he now came back to the region and asked for his seat from Akintola. So let me say it this way. I don't do this thing where I say Akintola is bad, Awo is a saint. I don't like it. I think it's reductive. I think it's too simplistic, right? But I also don't like it when people try to lie in order to make Akintola who he was, in order to exonerate him of whatever he did and say, "Oh, Awo came back." That makes no sense. Awo never did it. Awo never tried after he left. It's a lie. And the person who said, I've heard elderly people say it, age does not confer truth. Just because you are older. Age, we have to respect it, but it doesn't mean we believe everything you're saying. What happened? This is what happened. Awolowo was the leader of the party from 1951 when they founded Action Group. When he became the leader of business government, was still leader of the party. When he became the premier in 1954, he was still the leader of the party. So he had the dual roles. He was leader of the party and he was premier of the region. In 1959, he chose to go to the center. And I've said it before, I'll say it one more time. I'll say it many more times, to be honest. That his choice, right, when he was planning to go to the center, the person he wanted to hand over to was actually Bode Thomas. That was his deputy. But he died. And since he was dead, Howard then had three other people. He wanted to pick one of three. First person was Chief F.R.A. Williams, Anthony Nauro, Akindeko, who was Minister of Agriculture. Those were the people that Awolowo had in mind, not Akintola. Even though Akintola was his deputy leader, he could be the deputy leader in the party, but at least he was a minister at the federal level. He was in parliament. But Akintola wanted to be the premier since Oga is now going to the center. So Akintola got people to convince Awo, and it took a while, months actually. People like Akoni Doherty, people like Eso Gbadamosi, Alhaji Gbadamosi, and a number of people just to, prevail upon Awo to make him, the premier. Of course, which means that he's going to have to run for election, but will not take over from him. And I will eventually go back but eventually he agreed, which he never did. Again, hindsight is 2020. We say this because we're looking at history now. Anyway, that happened. We're going to read some things in this book, you see. Then the Wala now started. The person who was premier felt, since you are now at the center, why are you still leading the party?
Now you have gone to the center.
When you were premier of the region, you were also leader of the party. Now you have gone to the center. You could not become the prime minister because of what happened, NPC, NCNC. Okay, now you're opposition leader. Okay, good. I am the premier of the region. I also want to be the leader of the party. That was the problem. It was not that Awolowo was trying to become the premier of the region. It was that he was saying that you cannot remove the leader of the party because you have become premier of the region. It makes no sense. Awolowo formed this party. Interestingly, when he formed it, Akintola was not even there. Although they had known each other for a long time. Awolowo and Akintola had had a relationship since 1940. So they've known each other for a very long time. They were in NYM together. They wrote for Daily Service together. They were in Telegraph, working for NS Sikoli, right? So they've been together for a very long time. But when we're going to start, please power tap on TikTok, please. This is showing activity. We don't want to lose the live. I have to drag a piece of puzzle as well. Okay, good. So the real issue between them was not that Papa was trying to become the premier again. It was that the premier was trying to become the leader of the party. And that was if you notice the meetings, the report we read last week, what Awo kept saying was that you're trying to usurp him. You're trying to usurp him. You're trying to usurp his authority. You're trying to displace him from leading the party. You come up with ideas, you implement ideas against the advice of the leader of the party. And we've had a session here before on Awolowo and Akintola. So that was the issue that that both of them had. And then when it came to the north, Awolowo had a different idea of how to work with others. Akintola's plan was realistic, to be fair. He felt that they should get in there, partner with the party in power so that they can also get some opportunities, because at the time the East was getting most of the largest in terms of diplomats and the civil servants and senior civil servants and directors and so on and so forth, even VCs. And so Akintola was like, let's partner with these guys. Awolowo was not against partnering with them, although he didn't like the feudal thing, but his own plan was not to partner with them, not to share the cake. His plan was, how can we bake more cakes? Now, that was visionary, but Akintola Awolowo was visionary, but Akintola was realistic. Okay, but neither of those, of their issues should have led them to fight to the point where the entire thing now crumbled. And truth be told, Akintola was working with those people who eventually destroyed Awo. Well, they tried to destroy him. They did not succeed eventually. Yes, he went to prison, but he came out stronger. Now that I've said all this to Renchi, let's go and read the book by Olaiwola Abegunrin. The book is called The Political Philosophy of Obafemi Awolowo. The Political Philosophy of Chief Obafemi Awolowo by Olaiwola Abegunrin. Please power tap on TikTok, on YouTube as well, and on Facebook. Thank you very much. New Era on YouTube says, when Ojukwu invaded Ore, all Yorubas united behind Awolowo with amazing speed. Even the Yoruba bots and Akintola boys fully supported Awolowo as their war leader. Yeah, we're gonna go back to, once we're done with this series, I want to go to Biafra in the Midwest, and then we will land on Banjo and what happened in August of '68. But thank you for writing that. That was very true. Again, as Yoruba people, the other thing also that I didn't even mention is that while they were fighting, the NCNC also took advantage of it by hyping Awolowo and trying to destroy Akintola, but it was not because of love for Awo. It was because they wanted to keep Yoruba people divided. I'm not making it up. It's not even conjecture. They wrote it down. The Igbo National Caucus wrote it down in 1964. Hype Awolowo, deal with this Akintola and Fani Kayode, so that the NNDP and the AG will not come together to form a solid Yoruba front. I'm using the word solid Yoruba front. So that they could now take on the Western Nigeria. And the crazy part of the whole thing is, when you look at the Igbo National Caucus protocol, the sad thing and very crazy thing about it is that it was not put together by a political party. It was put together by an ethnic group or ethnic organization. It makes absolutely no sense. If a party did that, I would understand it. AG, NCNC, PDP, APC, a party. You won't rule the place, okay. But how an ethnic organization will plan to dominate another region is beyond reason. Anyway, let's read the book by Olaiwola Abegun. It's going to be a long read, but I'm sure we're going to have a great time together.
When Chief Awolowo left Western Nigeria politics for the House of Representatives as the leader of opposition, his deputy and successor.
When Chief Awolowo left Western Nigeria politics for the House of Representatives as the leader of opposition, his deputy and successor, Chief Samuel Aduke Akintola, became Western Nigeria Premier, much against his wish, and other party faithful who preferred Chief F.R.A. Williams or Chief Anthony Nauro or Chief Akin Deko. While the Action Group lost the 1959 federal election, which some observers regarded as being fixed or rigged, though it lost 16 federal constituency seats in the Yoruba areas, which was 1/3 of the total number of Yoruba constituencies in the Western region. However, as a result of the loss of the federal election of 1959, Chief Awolowo became the leader of the opposition in the Federal House of Representatives. Having left the regional political scene for the center, the tension within the Action Group, which he had been able to suppress and put under control, began to crystallize.
Having left the regional political scene for the center, the tension within the Action Group, which he had been
I'll take that again. Having left the regional political scene for the center, the tension within the Action Group, which he had been able to suppress and put under control, began to crystallize, and it came to the fore at the 1962 Jos Congress of the party. We discussed this last week. What happened in Jos? I think the major thing that happened in Jos was that Akintola decided to travel to Ibadan to go and welcome the Sadana of Sokoto, who was not in Ibadan on a state visit. He was only there to open a hostel that was going to be commissioned in the University of Ibadan called Sultan Bello Hall. Akintola left his party in Jos, where they were having Congress, right? With his leader speaking against Sadauna, he then traveled to Ibadan to go and welcome the same Sadauna. That was like the camel, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. Well, they returned to Jos, and people were, of course, understandably angry with what he did. And then it was like, why should they be angry? Why are they talking to me like that? He was going to go back. Awolowo begged him not to return. He returned. And that was the beginning of the end. To a significant degree, the brewing crisis within the party stemmed from the managed defeat of the Action Group in the 1959 federal elections, with the party finding itself sharply divided over ideology, political strategy, and party control. Chief Akintola, the new premier of the Western region, drew the wrath of Chief Awolowo and his supporters within the Action Group by taking several important steps without consulting party leadership. First was the reduction of head tax in West region. Second was an increase in the contribution local schools were expected to make. Third was a reduction in the price of cocoa, which is the main cash crop and lifeblood for the farmers in the West and the major source of revenue for the Western Nigeria. What is it saying here? Here's the issue. We've had sessions over this matter, but I'll just quickly say this. Akintola wanted to be popular with the people. So he came up with certain policies, and he told Awo about those policies. Awo said no. Mercy said no. Awo said no. Cabinet member said no. Akintola did it. One of those things that he did was the reduction of capitation, they called it. In order to build schools in the Western region, the government of the Western region had to get people paying taxes. Okay? People used to pay taxes a lot in Yoruba land because, of course, that's the money they're going to use to build the schools across the Western region. Now, at a point, Awolowo introduced the idea of women paying taxes, but he did not make it region-wide. He concentrated on 3 particular spaces or provinces, provinces: Abeokuta, Ijebu, and Remo. And the ones that were paying the highest, I think at the time, were the Remo. Akintola then said that those women should not pay taxes anymore. Now, when you hear that as a good people, great nation, you would think that, that's good, that's a good politician. He loves his people. That's not what was happening. Awolowo was from Ijebu Remo. His own constituency was where the women were paying the most. And it was brilliant what he did. He wanted to make sure that he would try it with those 3 provinces. If he's successful, then they will now expand it to others. But his own people were even paying more, the women there. And Akintola telling the women not to pay was trying to tell them that their son was not good enough for them. It was a populist move. And even though I always said no, he did it. Reduce people's taxes. Now, you have so many plans. Like what we're saying earlier, all the social plans, socialist ideas, that's what they had at the time, where the state had to build stuff, the state had to create opportunities for people. Or like what we're discussing, these days. They said how to do all of those things. Now, in order to do those things, you require money. In order to get that money, you're going to have people paying taxes. When you reduce taxes, it makes you popular, but it affects the finance of the government. And they did the same thing with cocoa when they reduced the prices that people were supposed to be collecting. Again, people feel happy, like, okay, Uma pay well, but eventually something happened in the international market, the price crashed, and it affected Yoruba people. So many things he just did without consulting with the party leadership, because again, he felt that since he was the premier, he should also be the leader of the party, and that would not happen. Okay, let me read it again. It says here, Chief Akintola, the new premier of the Western region, drew the wrath of Chief Awolowo and his supporters within the action group by taking several important steps without consulting party leadership. First was the reduction of head tax in West region. Second was an increase in the contribution local schools were expected to make. Third was a reduction in the price of cocoa, which is the main cash crop and lifeblood for the farmers in the West and the major source of revenue for the Western Nigerian government. Without even informing, let alone consulting party leadership, especially Chief Akindeko, Minister of Agriculture, and a close confidant of Chief Awolowo. Imagine you are doing something in agriculture, but the Minister of Agriculture does not know about it. Fourth, when the crisis reached its peak, Chief Akintola, as the premier, attempted to remove some of Chief Awolowo's supporters from the statutory boards that controlled much of Western Nigeria's spending. Fifth, it was alleged that Chief Akintola not only demanded unqualified personal loyalty from cabinet members, but also attempted to form his own political party and divert the party's 10% levy on the salaries of legislators from his division into a social fund. In other words, he's from Osun division at the time. And so, that was your Osun division, I think. So 10% of money that was supposed to go to legislators from his area, he wanted to put it in a social fund, which may be what it needed to start his own party. And lastly, Chief Awolowo and Akintola disagreed over the treatment of local real estate corporations, which had been a source of Action Group party finances, for example, Western Nigeria Development Corporation. I think I've talked about this before as well. But let me quickly say one more, just a quick explanation. You see, back then, there was no money to steal to run your party. You have to think, you have to come up with solutions. Now, if you read the speech by Nzogu in 66, he mentioned something that certain people used to collect 10%. In the north, they used to collect 10%. So if they give you a contract, they will add 10%. You may say it's wrong, it's padding. It was padding, but it wasn't padding. The 10% was what they used to run Rwanda, like Atunero CG, Shonibari, and so on and so forth. So they will run the company. They will borrow money from bank to government for WOSI. So everybody knew. I mean, Akintola was deputy leader, so it wasn't like it was an outsider. They were all knew about what was happening. You would take government money and put it in a bank. The corporation will borrow that money to build houses. The corporation will sell those houses, return the loan with interest, and then from the profits that they make, they will run the party. It was actually quite ingenious as far as I'm concerned. Right? They were not stealing money, they were not doing anything. They were borrowing money from the only things that the money they had to use in many cases will come from the bank, or in some very rare cases, they actually borrowed money from abroad and invested it in NDIC or WNDC to build houses. Then they will sell those houses, they will make profit. From the profit, they will run the party. Akintola had an issue with that idea. Okay, and the real reason is the money, to control the source of it. Again, this is not to say somebody is good, somebody is bad. That's not the point. Just to understand what happened. Okay. As the Action Group approached its February 1962 annual Congress in Jos, Plateau State, a crucial ideological showdown loomed between the radical and conservative factions of the party. Coinciding with these ideological divisions was a widening gulf within the party over its future political strategy. In articulating his liberal democratic socialism programs, Chief Awolowo sought to redesign rather than abandon the federalist political strategy. You know, the funny thing, as I'm reading this, what just came to my mind? They were fighting over ideology. That's so funny. In Nigeria, they were fighting over ideology. When they had the meeting with the king, Awolowo said that Akintola talked about his own idea, a caricature of democratic socialism. Nigerian politicians don't fight for any ideology, on any ideology. All of them are, if you move from one party to another, you don't need orientation. No Nigerian party is driven by ideology. None. An individual candidate could have his own manifesto, but at the party level, I don't think there's anything like that, because how come it's so easy to move from one party to another? Anyway, let's continue. Sorry, New Era said something. I want to read something on YouTube. Sorry. It says that was the scheme Azikiwe used to sell Port Harcourt to himself and his kinsmen. You're actually right. Man. Zeke did it. Michael Okwara did it. Michael Okwara even did it very well. But both of them, God forgive them, both of them did it. When Awo did it, he didn't sell the... Let's just forget. What Zeke did was even different from what Awo did, to be honest. Let me quickly explain. Sorry, guys. Let me just quickly explain. What AG did was to get money from the government, get it into a corporation that's owned by party members. The corporation then invests in real estate. They sell the real estate to people, and then they take the profit. They return the money with interest, and then they fund the party from the proceeds or from the profit. What they did in the East is a bit different. they got their own cronies to have access to money to build houses that they eventually now owned. So instead of having someone like what they think that is time, may God forgive them. Instead of having someone like Shonibare or Alfred Ruwani to build those houses and sell those houses and make money as a businessman, no, they will now own the land and own the houses. They didn't need to depend on the money from that, because what Zeke did was to get money from the region, fund it through his bank into his companies, and they used it to do business, but he never returned the money. Those are the ones, and that's why when the time came for during the war. By the way, if you're what Port Harcourt people did, you may not like it, but I understand it. It's like they were making part of the money that was running the region. You're using that money you're not loaning the money to your own ethnicity, people of your own ethnic group, to buy their own land, and their own people could not access those loans. So when the time came, they call it abandoned properties. It is well. But to be fair, the Igbos also took some people's lands, some people's houses, and burnt those houses during the war. So terrible things on all sides, but it is well. Let's go back to the story, to the topic. As the Action Group approached its February 1962 annual Congress in Jos, Plateau State, a crucial ideological showdown loomed between the radical and conservative factions of the party. Coinciding with these ideological divisions was a widening gulf within the party over its future political strategy. In articulating his liberal democratic socialist programs, Chief Awolowo sought to redesign rather than abandon the federalist political strategy. He felt that had been blown apart in the elections of 1956 and 1959. However, Chief Awolowo sought to redesign rather than abandon the federalist political strategy. He felt that had been blown apart in the elections of 1956. Chief Awolowo sought to redesign rather than abandon the federalist political strategy. He felt that had been blown apart in the elections of 1956 and 1959. However, alignment with the nation's ethnic minorities and the Talakawas in the north would not suffice. Consequently, while he sought to exploit the growing disenchantment with the political elite class, he quietly pursued progressive coalition with the NCNC to oppose the NPC, fraternizing with Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, who had other ideas. Azikiwe was always betraying this man, and he kept trying to work with him. I don't know why. I know why. He didn't like what the North was doing, but just leave the North alone. Anyway, let's just continue. At the same time, the conservative faction of the party, led by Premier Chief Akintola, had determined that continued pursuit of national power was hopeless, and instead decided to pursue a regionalist strategy. The regionalist school of thought favored a grand alliance among the AG, NCNC, and NPC, a status quo constitutionalism that would recognize each region as the preserve of its ruling political party and divide up the spoils of federal power between them. That's realistic, isn't it? Right? So in this case, in this particular Kineo, Akintola was more realistic. In other words, what he was saying is that let's have this grand alliance where at least Yoruba people can also take advantage of the national cake. Get in there, it calls it the spoils of federal power. Divide the spoils with others, but your own region, you keep it. And I've said it before. When I was here last week, people were saying that, but you know, the minorities of the North. To be honest, I understand. But which one is better? To have that regionalist structure, or to have Nigeria where it is today? I said it before, I would support I have to repeat this thing because it's important. I would have still, if you ask me today, I will support the Middle Belt. I will support the minorities in the North. But I will not go there to campaign for them. I'll never take my party there. I will work with UMBC. I can even send money to them. Thank you very much for the gift, Mr. Victor. I can even send them money and help them out, but I'm not going to go there with my party. The extent of my activities will be Kogi and Kaba. Sorry, Kaba and Ilorin. That Kogi, Kwara State. No, not Ilorin or Kwara State, because I have to get to Jeba. What did Jeba? Because you can still say they are Yoruba. That's why you are trying to get into those places. But think about it, So in this particular matter, I think Akitola was more grounded. I was thinking more, we've conquered the West. Let's go national, or let's go countrywide. But it is well. The regionalist school of thought favored the grand alliance among the AG, NCNC, and NPC, a Sedosco consociationalism that would recognize each region as the preserve of its ruling political party and divide up the spoils of federal power between them. The regionalist strategy was unacceptable not only to the young Turks within the party, who were determined to overthrow the feudal oligarchy in the north and the entire structure of privilege in the country, but also to the action group leaders from the ethnic minorities in the north and east, whom it would essentially abandon. So at this time, AG was already in the north. AG was also in the east. And then there was that matter of the feudal structure of the north, which Awo was actually determined to actually break. And he went to break it, not because he had disdain for the people who were leading, but because he had love for the people who were being led. And if you're going to get free education across to the north, you're going to have to break that feudal structure. But guess what? I think, and this is what I will say before we go on. Awo was right. His timing was wrong. The north wasn't ready. And they may not have been ready for another 20 or 30 years. That's the truth. If you think I'm lying, I said it last week, I'll say it again. If you think I'm lying, ask yourself what happened to all the Almajiri schools that Jonathan built in the north. 150 of them. What happened to them? Empty, abandoned. Why? They were not ready. So the idea of going to the north, and the reason they are not ready is because in Kotofi North, it's a perfect mix of religion and politics and ethnicity and marriage and blood ties. And that's what I was saying last week. I said it jokingly, but it's the truth. That one of the most brilliant men in that part of the country was Usman Danfodio. It was a mix of religion, ethnicity, politics, and blood ties. The people today who will swear that there's something called Hausa Fulani, it doesn't exist. But they will swear that they were. And if you notice, they're usually mixed. It's a brilliant strategy. Now, those people are also loyal to some things. Again, this is not about good or bad. It's just what it is, right? They are loyal to a particular ideal. To want to change that makes them uncomfortable because this is how they want to run their region or their space. So, Action Group did what Action Group did. And yes, we had members in the north. I like to say we. Because to be honest, if I were to be alive at the time, I would have been an action group member. Certainly. Who wouldn't want to work with AO? But I would not have done anything. Let me not say, we talk like this because we read books. They were in the heat of the moment, in the middle of the whole thing. So in the middle of the action, I would never know why they did everything they did. We just have an idea, but hopefully we'll do better. So our children will not be throwing shots at us, but let's go on. So he says the regionalist strategy was unacceptable not only to the young Turks within the party, the radicals led by S. Koku and the rest of them, allowed by AG leaders, the young Turks within the party who were determined to overthrow the feudal oligarchy in the north and the entire structure of privilege in the country, but also to the action group leaders from the ethnic minorities in the north and east, whom it would essentially abandon. Thus, while the progressive faction led by Chief Awolowo tried to woo the NCNC into a nationwide progressive coalition against the NPC, the conservative faction of the action group led by Chief Akintola sought an agreement with the MPC that would preserve the political status quo and secure for the Western region and its political class, mostly Chief Akintola supporters, a great share of federal wealth and power. Consequently, the ideological rivalry between Chief Awolowo and Chief Akintola was transformed into a personality conflict in Western Nigeria. As a premier, Chief Akintola refused to accept Chief Awolowo's continued grip on and interference in the affairs of Western Nigerian government. According to Akinjide Osuntokun, a proud and ambitious politician, the new premier bitterly resented Chief Awolowo's insatiable desire to run the government of which I am head from outside the cabinet. This is where you don't know, this is where the issue is. Sorry, Midubel says, how are the national policy of federalism? So it goes against our ideology. I get it. I've already argued for Awo. I get why I was doing what I was doing, trying to get into other parts of Nigeria. I'm just learning from what happened. I wasn't. I'm not even going to have action group outside Kogi and Kaba divisions. Every other person who can partner, but will not even take our party to this place. Anyway, hindsight is 2020. Let's not dwell on that too much. But I mean, again, respect to the fathers. So he says here that according to Akinjide Osuntokun, a proud and ambitious politician, the new premier bitterly resented Chief Awolowo's insatiable desire to run the government of which I am head from outside the cabinet, quote unquote. So that's what Akintola was saying, that Awolowo was trying to run the government, but he was the leader of the party. Anyway, if I keep stopping, this resentment came to a peak when the Action Group Party Congress opened on February 2, 1962 in Jos. And Chief Awolowo made reference to the issues in his presidential address to the Congress. He specifically called on the party to acknowledge openly for once, I'll take that again, he specifically called on the party to acknowledge openly for once the existence of real and dangerous contradictions within the Action Group that would have to be resolved. And in particular, a growing disaffection between privileged and non-privileged classes within the party. Chief Awolowo forcefully reaffirmed his continued faith in liberal democratic socialism and declared, "As for me and those who share my burning faith in the destiny of our great party, there can be no looking back. The Action Group of Nigeria, as a country-wide political organization, has come to stay." So that speaks to what you were saying, Midubelt. In the comment section, Midubelt said, Awolowo had the policy of federal, of national, okay, that's what he was saying. "As for me and those who share my burning faith in the destiny of our great party, there can be no looking back. The Action Group of Nigeria, as a country-wide political organization, has come to stay." When was this? 1962. That year did not end before they arrested Awolowo. In addition, he reaffirmed his position on the continuing demand for the creation of new states within the Federation. I agree with that one. Chief Akintola, as Western Nigeria Premier, had taken leave of the Congress on its eve to meet and welcome the Northern Premier, the Sadana of Sokoto, on a long-planned official visit to Ibadan in the Western region to open a hall of residence named after his great-grandfather, Sultan Bello, at the University of Ibadan, a decision which party faithful did not accept in good faith. Chief Akintola arrived on the second day of the Congress to learn that news and pictures of his meetings with the Sadana had brought open condemnation from many supporters of Chief Awolowo, including the Young Turks on the floor of the Congress. Having realized that they were badly people, let me drink water, I beg. Having realized that they were badly outnumbered, though they had made frantic and futile efforts to pack the Congress, Chief Akintola and I, Orosiji, the Action Group National Secretary, as well as 6 leading supporters, withdrew from the Congress on February 4, 1962, the third day of the Congress, and returned to Ibadan. beginning a crisis within the AG from which it never recovered. What happened at that conference and how they went, we already read that last week. So if you're not here, please watch our on trial part 2. Chief Akintola and his supporters' departure from the Congress signaled a kind of victory for the Awolowo faction, because what followed were a series of motions which led to critical changes in the party's leadership and structure. The report of the absent National Secretary of the party, Chief Arosiji, The report of the absent National Secretary of the party, Chief Arosiji, noting the action group's electoral setbacks in the previous elections in the North and East, and stressing the consolidation of regional power by each major political party, was emphatically rejected. In addition, the constitution of the action group was amended to weaken the position of the Western Premier in the National Executive Committee of the party, ostensibly to strengthen control of the National Executive Committee by the National President of the party, and provide for the removal of a parliamentary leader by the National Executive, which elected him. Chief Ayoroshiji was replaced by Samuel Ikoku, a rabid Fabian socialist and supporter of Chief Awolowo, who eventually turned against him and lied later. The newly elected National Secretary of the party quickly moved to tighten central control over all the local branches of the party. The Premier, Chief Akintola, countered by removing Chief Awolowo's supporters on boards of corporations and moved ahead on his intention to reshuffle the £1 million Western Nigeria Development Corporation, WNDC, which was controlled by Chief Awolowo through his private political secretary, Chief Alfred Riwani. The crisis within the AG members, especially between Chief Awolowo and Chief Akintola and their political allies, continued despite the intervention of the elders of the party until May 15, 1962, when it went out of control and led to the intervention of the federal government, a situation which Chief Awolowo tried as much as possible to avoid since 1960. The Action Group crisis led to the Western Regional... I'll tell it again. The Action Group crisis led to the Western Regional Legislature meeting of May 25, 1962. The House of Assembly met at 9 a.m. and after prayers, as Chief Odebi rose to move the first motion, Mr. E.O. Oke, a supporter of Chief Akintola, jumped on the table shouting, "There is fire on the mountain." He proceeded to fling chairs about the chamber. Mr. E. Ebubedike, also a supporter of Chief Akintola, seized the mace, attempted to club the speaker with it, but missed and broke the mace on the table. The supporters of Alhaji Adegbenro, who is the new premier after Akintola has been dismissed by the governor under pressure from the Action Group party supporters, sat quietly as they had been instructed to do, with the exception of one member who was hit with a chair and retaliated. Indubelt says, "I was succeeded, to be honest. It was in 1959 that Zik chose to align with Balewa." We're discussing 1962. It's already after. Ojo Akala says, "One thing to do with it." Well, what June 1962? What June Badon? Elite are for Miss Patapata. By the way, Ubedike was representing Badagry in Ibadan at the time. It was Igbo. From his name, you can tell. That's to tell you that you've always had different people representing different parts of Yoruba land who were not even Yoruba people, but Yoruba people are the tribalists, according to some clowns. Azikiwe was representing Lagos in Ibadan in 1951. By the way, Lagos also had a deputy mayor who was Igbo, Mbono GK. And of course, you had Ebubedike by 62. Anyway, let's continue. Some things happened, by the way, that they jumped, and I think it's okay that we're jumping it. How, for instance, they removed Akintola and, installed Adegbenro. Akintola went to court. All the things that happened, we'll just leave that one because we'll have a session on that one separately some other time. Bumblebee says party and state structuring was above SLA's pay grade. Yeah, he didn't get the memo. And that's where he messed up. You are the leader, you're not the leader of the party. You are just, it's like, what Ambode did. So you're the governor. You are the governor of Lagos. You're not the leader of APC. Because I like to use examples, modern examples, so that we can find parallels. Like what Ambode did. Oh, you have great ideas, you're the governor. There is a blueprint that the party has put in place that you have to work with. Your brilliant ideas notwithstanding, you can't change the structure because you're the governor. Which was why Ambode was removed. See how Lagos was dated at the time. Loma, what was that thing? Visionscape. Things were changing, and the party structure would have none of it. Just to remind us that like it's not like it's just in the past. That happened in 62. It happened recently. You saw it with Ambode. As a matter of fact, it's happening in Rivers State now. So let's not even go to Ambode. It's happening in Rivers State right now. I think the best way to understand history is to find the patterns and draw parallels. You are the governor of the state, Your Excellency. You are not the leader of the party. I hear people say that the governor of the state is the leader of the party. Everything just somehow this country. But if you are even doing that, you can't do it Wiki now. Now we'll tell you how you got there. So just think about it, that Wiki is the leader of because he owns the party machinery. He knew how you got in that place. You can't become governor and tell him what to do. And that's why I always find it for when people go on social media and say Wiki is bad, this person is good. It's not even about good or bad. It's about how you got there. Not gonna say we're going to change everything. I'm going to move. If you like, go to APC. I didn't read the news. President Tinubu had a meeting with both of them again. I think it was 2 days ago or so. And Wiki said, hopefully that will be the last. He said that will be the last meeting because, they've spoken to the folks in the legislature not to impeach him. Not to impeach the governor, Sim Fubara. But it tells you like things reoccur and we can learn a lot from the past. Bumblebee says no player is bigger than the franchise. Absolutely. Let's continue. Thus, Mr. Akinyemi, in fact, let me go back just a bit and read what we just read again. The action group crisis led to the Western Regional Legislature meeting of May 25, 1962. The House of Assembly met at 9 a.m. and after prayers, as Chief Odebi rose to move the first motion, Mr. E.O. Oke, a supporter of Chief Akintola, jumped on the table shouting, "There is fire on the mountain." He proceeded to fling chairs about the chamber. Mr. E. Ebubedike, also a supporter of Chief Akintola, seized the mace, attempted to club the speaker with it, but missed and broke the mace on the table. The supporters of Alhaji Adegbenro, who is the new premier after Akintola has been dismissed by the governor, under pressure, by the way, the governor at the time was the only, under pressure from the Action Group Party supporters, the supporters of Alhaji Adegbenro sat quietly as they had been instructed to do, with the exception of one member who was hit with a chair and retaliated. Thus, Mr. Akinyemi, NCNC, and Messrs. Adigun and Adeniyo, belonging to the Akintola group, threw chairs with the opposition joining in the affray, leading to a total disorder, forcing Nigerian police to intervene by releasing tear gas and clearing the House of Assembly and locking it up. Chief Esel Akintola was encouraged with crisis, disorder. 1 second. Chief Esel Akintola was encouraged with crisis to disorder. Okay. Chief S.L. Akintola was encouraged with crisis disorder to create a pretext for a declaration of a state of emergency. There was a controversy on the power of the federal government under Section 65 of the Nigeria Order in Council Constitution on the declaration of a state of public emergency. Thus, law and order broke down in Western Nigeria House of Assembly. By the way, please pay attention. Law and order did not break down in Western Nigeria. And this is where you begin to notice what NPC was doing, especially Balewa. It is well, Sha. What happened in 66 January? What happened was bad, terrible. But it just shows, Obe sang a song. Edato mo shell kukun. Kodakun mama doshupa loro. Tori eni lari o yarabi lo mola. Entoba mo shell kukun. Koma doshupa loro. Middle Belt, I already mentioned NPC and NCNC. Don't worry, I'm trying to make a point about Balewa. Because Balewa declared state of emergency, not NCNC. What NCNC did, I already mentioned. Even this train of chairs, NCNC, they were also part of it. But the declaration of state of emergency was a Balewa decision, not NCNC. Anyway. But the point is that law and order broke down in the parliament, not in the region. And yet, Balewa declared emergency. So let's read. Thus, law and order broke down in Western Nigeria House of Assembly, and as a result, Chief Awolowo and Alhaji Adegbenro phoned the Prime Minister of the Federation, Alhaji Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, in Lagos to provide police protection within the Western Nigeria House of Assembly when the House attempted to meet. However, Chief Akintola's faction warned him that a further meeting would only produce more trouble. Initially, the Prime Minister took a compromise stand and acknowledged the right of the House of Assembly to reassemble that day and refused to order police protection within the chamber. If any party insisted on police protection, they were to be afforded it, but with the understanding that the federal government will not accept any decision reached, and that if there should be another outbreak of violence or disorder, the police have authority to clear the chamber and lock it up. Within hours of the Prime Minister's statement, the Awolowo's faction tried to hold a meeting in the House of Assembly chamber, only to be disrupted by the Akintola faction supported by allies in the NCNC. Another attempt was made the second day by the Speaker, but all efforts were to no avail. As a consequence, the Prime Minister announced that the Federal House of Representatives would meet on May 29, 1962, and take appropriate action with respect to the crisis. Fearing what was then assumed, and what Chief Awolowo had warned against 2 years earlier, that the federal government would take over the government in the West, a delegation of Western Nigeria chiefs and obas visited the Prime Minister on May 27, 1962, in Lagos, and asked for time so that the leaders in Western Nigeria could sort things out and settle their differences when Prime Minister had already made up his mind to save Chief Akintola and destroy the action group as envisaged and planned by the NPC and NCNC in the federal coalition. On May 25, 1965, the Prime Minister, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, was reported to have presided over an emergency meeting of the Federal Council of Ministers, and such a decision was to have been Thank you, Middle Belt. Yeah, there was still riots. They did not announce state of emergency. There was Okrika riots in 61. They did not announce state of emergency. There was crisis in the assembly, and you are now seeing state of emergency across the region. May God rest the souls of the departed, but man, they really did terrible things to. And the funny thing is that if you try to hurt Western region, you would destroy the country. On May 25, 1965, the Prime Minister, Sir Alhaji Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, was reported to have presided over an emergency meeting of the Federal Council of Ministers, and a decision was to have been taken on how to handle the political situation in Western Nigeria. In a nationwide radio broadcast, Sir Balewa warned, quote, "No responsible government of the Federation could allow an explosive situation such as that which now exists in Western Nigeria to continue without taking adequate measures to ensure that there is an early return to the region of peace, order, and good government." End of quote. Observers saw in that broadcast an indication of the federal government's intent. There had been some indications in the federal parliament in November 1960 that the federal government might invoke Section 65 of the Constitution of the Federation of Nigeria to sack or dismiss any regional government or dissolve a regional House of Assembly, though Chief Awolowo's interpretation of Section 65 of the Constitution of the Federation of Nigeria was that the federal government could enact laws that are vested in the regional government, but not dismiss or sack any regional government or regional legislature. At the end of his May 25 broadcast, Prime Minister Balewa announced that an emergency meeting of the federal parliament had been summoned for May 29, 1962, to consider the situation in Western Nigeria, and when the parliament eventually met, the Prime Minister moved a motion, quote, that in pursuance of Section 65 of the Constitution of the Federation, it is declared that a state of public emergency exists in Western Nigeria, and the emergency shall remain in force until the end of the month of December 1962. End of quote. After Prime Minister Balewa had given a resume of events in Western Nigeria, where there appeared to be no attempt at bypassing the Western Nigerian legislature, mutual dismissal and counter-dismissal between the governor and the premier, the Prime Minister wondered whether, in the absence of a duly constituted government in Western Nigeria, the federal government have no responsibility for ensuring peace, order, and good government in that region. As was expected, Chief Awolowo moved a motion denying that a state of public emergency does exist in Western Nigeria, warning that, Chief Awolowo moved a motion denying that a state of public emergency does exist in Western Nigeria, warning that the step that is now being taken in this resolution, which is the government resolution, is a violent assault on democratic institutions. It assumes that the parliament can only meet at the sufferance of a group of people who are hostile to the particular parliament and who are friendly to the federal government. After the substantive resolution was passed by an overwhelming majority, Parliament was asked to approve 13 regulations as required by Section 5 of the Emergency Powers Act 1962, number 1 of 1961, which apparently was supported by the Action Group opposition leader, believing very confidently and clearly in his own interpretation of Section 65 of the Constitution of the Federation. As required by law, the resolution and the emergency regulations are to be approved by the upper chamber, the Senate, before receiving the Queen's assent, which in the Nigerian context meant the Governor General's assent. Unlike what obtained in the House of Representatives, these measures were bypassed. I'll tell that again. Unlike what obtained in the House of Representatives, these measures were passed without much force and presented to the Governor General, Dr. Azikiwe, for his assent. As a consequence, the Western Regional Governor, Premier, ministers, and members of the legislative branch were removed, and an administrator appointed with sweeping powers to appoint civil commissioners, promulgate orders, to imprison anyone spreading misleading reports, to prohibit public processions, meetings, to detain or restrict any person in the interest of public order, and to search premise without a warrant for a period of 6 months, but ending on December 31, 1962. To this powerful position of an administrator, Prime Minister Balewa appointed his close personal friend, a Yoruba gynecologist and Federal Minister of Health, Senator M.A. Adekoye Majakodumi. Given the political situation in Western Nigeria between mid-May and May 25, 1962, it is hard to agree with the federal government's view that a real state of public emergency existed in the region. First, the trouble in the region was confined only to the precincts of the Western House of Assembly. Aside from the brawls on the floor of the House of Assembly, all was quiet in Ibadan, the regional capital, and other parts of the region. Indeed, the brawls on the floor brawls as in ja. The brawls on the floor of the Western House of Assembly could have been cleared up without declaring a state of public emergency, had the Prime Minister not really wanted to resort to emergency powers. Second, assuming that a real state of emergency existed, there was certainly no need to suspend the Western Nigeria Constitution, dismiss the government, and the legislature, had the Balewa government not wanted to intervene in the political life of the Western Nigeria. As stated in section 65, numbers 1 and 3 of the Constitution of the Federation of Nigeria. Number 1, Parliament may at any time make such laws for Nigeria or any part thereof with respect to matters not included in the legislative list, as may appear to Parliament to be necessary or expedient for the purpose of maintaining or securing peace, order, and good government during any period of emergency. Number 2, in this section, period of emergency means any period during which A, the Federation is at war, B, there is in force a resolution passed by each House of Parliament declaring that a state of public emergency exists, C, there is in force a resolution of each House of Parliament supported by the votes of not less than 2/3 of all the members of the House declaring that democratic institutions in Nigeria are threatened by subversion. What's all this, Turenchi? They are saying that if you really look at it, there was no need for declaration of state of emergency. What happened in Rivers State this last year that everybody's shouting, didn't even happen in Western region. All that happened was that people were fighting in the House of Assembly, and that probably declared state of emergency. Of course, supported by both parties, MPC and NCNC, but he was the Prime Minister at the time. This was meant to be used or invoked, so these sections of the Constitution was meant to be, the sections were meant to be used or invoked in the times of war or serious internal upheavals, and these were patently absent in Western Nigeria. For instance, riots of serious and greater proportions than those witnessed in the Western House of Assembly had occurred in the other regions of the Federation. Most specifically, the Tiv riots in the northern region involved killings, and the federal government did not invoke emergency powers. Third, even after the state of public emergency had been declared and Dr. Majakodunmi had administered the region for a period of 6 months, when it is hoped that all political passions would have died down, a fair resolution of the 1962 Western Nigerian crisis would have been to hold fresh elections in order to decide once and for all which of the political parties, NCNC, AG, and the United People's Party, that's UPP that was formed by Akintola, had the support of the electorate in the West. However, no elections were held, and Chief Akintola was restored as the head of a UPP NCNC government, so that the impression was given that the action group was dangerous and that Chief Akintola represented the sole chance of stability in Western Nigeria. The point here is that the federal government participated actively in the action group crisis and was chiefly responsible for not only restoring Chief Akintola to the premiership, but also keeping him in power until January 15, 1966, when the military took over the reign of government in Nigeria. I think the saddest thing for me in all of this was the fact that it took death to stop these people. Akintola, Balewa, Sardauna. Why did it have to take death? Yes, we can talk about the fact that the coup plotters, they went to rule Nigeria and all of those things. But you know, that they had that plan. Nobody can even argue it. But the way these ones also moved, ó dàbí ẹni tó fẹ́ sunjẹ tó fi po rárá ni. $8:23. I think we're going to wrap up for today. Movie says, when brothers fight to death, strangers inherit their wealth. The funny thing is that all this thing led to the old treasonable felony in Kineo. So we're going to get there. But they got Awo in prison. They got Awo in prison, but he died before he got back. That's something. Okay. You know what? I think we can finish this thing today. Then, so I'll continue something else on Monday. But we'll be here tomorrow, Friday, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. We're going to listen to something quite interesting. Have a replay. It's going to be a short session, not as long as this, but you're going to like it. So please join us early tomorrow, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time, on all platforms. We'll start playing music before 4 on TikTok. Then much later we'll connect other platforms. But let's finish this one tonight. It's actually quite sad that these guys had to die. Why? Come back, maybe it may take us to another book. So I'm trying to see. Give me a second. You. I'm going to read. Oh boy. What I'm about to read is actually very bitter. We'll find a way around it before we go today. Let's quickly read it. We'll close very soon. By the way, thank you very much for liking the live. We're 93k likes on TikTok. Please don't stop our tapping. And those who gave gifts as well, thank you very much for your generosity. We're going to put out our account details later. So if you want to support us, you can use that as well. But please put our tap for now and kindly like the live. If you're on YouTube or Facebook, please like and share as well. Thank you very much. Let's finish this thing. Or let's read a bit more. I'm not sure we can finish it, but we'll get somewhere.
During the debate in the Federal House of Representatives about the political crisis in the Western region,
all right. During the debate in the Federal House of Representatives about the political crisis in the Western region, 3 former senior ranking members of the Action Group, Chiefs Ayo Roshiji, Abiodun Akerile, and Chief Eso Okunowo, spoke in very strong language, condemning the situation in the Western region and particularly calling for a commission of inquiry to be instituted and investigate the activities of the various statutory corporations in Western Nigeria. As a consequence, the Administrator of Western Nigeria, Dr. Emi Majekotumi, appointed a commission of inquiry to investigate the activities of the statutory corporations in Western Nigeria, headed by Justice G.B.A. Kuka, an appointment which was widely seen to be motivated by the long-standing desire to discredit Action Group rule in the Western region and Chief Awolowo. This became apparent in the course of the Commission's 92 days of often sensational public hearings between July and November 1962, during which the Commissioners pursued with special zeal the pivotal role of Chief Awolowo and the central involvement of his political allies. I'll come back to this. I want to read something to you from Awolowo's book. This is, excuse me. This is Adventures in Power, Book 2. Adventures in Power, Book 2, The Travails of Democracy and the Rule of Law by Obafemi Awolowo. So what Olayiwola Abegun is saying in this book, I want to read it from Papa's own book. It's actually quite painful. Chief Ayotunde Rosiji, let me go back just a bit. Okay. We had learned that 5 of them, together with Chief Rosiji, were going to speak on the motion. But as it turned out, only 3, Chiefs Rosiji, Okunowo, and Akerile, spoke. It will, I think, be helpful for a better appraisal of their roles in the drama and of their individual character to make short and relevant delineations of these three. Please pay attention. Please pay attention. We're going to end on this matter. Then we'll continue later. Chief Ayotunde Rosiji was formerly the General Secretary of the AG. Before we went for the Congress of the AG in Jos, this is Awolowo speaking now. Akintola had appealed. Say that again. Before we went for the Congress of the AG in Jos, Akintola had appealed to me repeatedly to postpone the holding of elections to the following year. He argued that the holding of elections might lead to factionalism in the party. I did not share his views. Accordingly, elections were held and Rosiji was defeated by Mr. S.G. Ikoku for the office of General Secretary. Since then, Rosiji became very hostile towards me. Besides, Rosiji had an unhealthy obsession for political office. He was ever ready to work with anyone who was prepared to provide a place in government for him. For this reason, he was passionately in favor of our joining Balewa in the formation of a national government. If the pressure which was mounted by Akintola to this end had succeeded, there would have been no question about his being nominated as one of the AG's representatives in Balewa's government, if he remained AG's General Secretary. A similar situation occurred in 1958 when he became Minister of Health in Balewa's government. He fervently wanted the General Secretary would deprive him of a repeat of that opportunity. He did not like my stand at all. Accordingly, he used the occasion of the debate on the state of public emergency in the demonstrate to Balewa that he could be trusted if he were again appointed minister. On that day, 29th May 1962, Rosiji had no doubt that my political career was at an end, said he with gusto and confidence. Here in this house today, you're looking at your leader in parliament and you're about to say this. Here in this house today, we are singing the political death song of Chief Awolowo. In this connection, it is necessary to recall that it was as a result of my personal influence alone that Rosiji was adopted as a candidate in 1954 for Egba East, which he represented in the House of Representatives. Since January 1966, he has withdrawn completely from political activities. Besides, he has been outlawed from Egba East. And the town hall which he built and presented to the people of Owode, the capital of Egba East, was burnt down by the people as a demonstration of the utter condemnation of the role which he played on 29th May 1962 and thereafter. It remains to add that Rosiji was later appointed minister by Balewa and was in the latter's cabinet at the time of the coup in January 1966. How do you say that you are singing the political death song of your own leader in his own presence? But I like what the guy put it, Sha. I mean, it was extreme, but they burnt down the building the man gave them as a town hall. Chief E.A. Okunowo had 2 complaints against me. The first was that I refused to give due recognition to a woman friend of his on the grounds that I could not recognize the wife and another woman at one and the same time. I think we've talked about this before, that Awo didn't like people having girlfriends. If you have multiple wives, no problem. But if you have a wife and you have a girlfriend, Awolowo would just say, it will act as if he didn't see the girl or the lady. That's his style. Chief E.A. Okunowo had 2 complaints against me. Excuse me. The first was that I refused to give due recognition to a woman friend of his on the grounds that I could not recognize the wife and another woman at one and the same time. The second was that I prevented him from securing a big contract in the Western region. With regard to the first complaint, I do not remember the occasion he was referring to. However, I had and still have a policy which is well known to my close friends and colleagues. If a man has more than one wife, I am prepared to accord respect to all of them. But if he keeps a woman friend who in plain language is a concubine, he must not expect me to give that woman the same respect and honor as I give to his wife or wives. Indeed, I do not allow any of my friends or colleagues to bring any of their concubines into my house for any reason whatsoever. If I cannot stop a friend or colleague from being adulterous, I must do all I can to discourage him. As regards to the second complaint, shortly before I relinquished office in the Western region, the government approved the purchase of a large quantity of asbestos pipes for water supply. Two choices were placed before us: to purchase them from abroad or to manufacture them locally. I prefer the latter. Our experience with imported asbestos pipes had been rather sad. In the process of unloading, transshipment and offloading, a good number of them cracked, but the cracks were never detected until the pipes had burst open under the pressure of water flowing through them. We had this experience with Oshogbo and Ijebu Remo water supplies. Bursting of pipes was a constant occurrence for some 3 or 4 years. On the other hand, locally manufactured asbestos pipes would have, fewer cracks and would contribute towards local technology as well as provide employment for the people. Chief Okunowo wanted to import the pipes and would, because of his position in the party, like government to give him the contract. Whilst I was in the Western region, the government refused to consider his proposal. But somehow, after my departure from the West, he got Akintola to award the contract to him, and a letter to that effect was written to his company. After, unknown to me, the award had been made, Akintola consulted me over the matter. I explained to him the advantages of locally manufactured asbestos pipes over imported ones. He agreed with me. He then sought to withdraw the letter of award already written to Okunowo's company, and in the process told Okunowo that it was I who instructed him against his wishes to do so. Hi! Okunowo thought I had done him grievous harm by depriving him of a fat contract. No need to say anything. Chief Abiodun Akerele was my protege, both in politics and the profession of law. On his return to the country after qualifying as a lawyer, he stayed in Lagos for a while, but he could hardly make a living as a lawyer. I then took him under my wing and he succeeded. When I was preparing to go into government, we formed the partnership of Awolowo and Akerele. I was to be a sleeping partner only. For a short period, all went well. I had, among others, a fat retainer from the United African Company Limited, that's UAC. In due course, however, our retainer clients became so thoroughly dissatisfied with the performances of Abiodun Akerele that they eventually withdrew their retainerships from our firm. Because of the cast iron proofs of acts detrimental to their interests, which they had established to my complete satisfaction, and since I was not in a position to act for them personally, I agreed that they were right in withdrawing their retainerships from my chambers. But I did not hesitate to reprimand Akerele most severely for trying to destroy a reputation which I had spent years of honest and loyal services to my clients to build. The partnership between us was eventually dissolved. Shortly after I entered government, I appointed Akerele as a member of the Finance Corporation. His performances there also became unsatisfactory in every respect that I had to remove him from the corporation. I then offered him a place on a less sensitive board, but he turned down the offer. Again, I got unassailable evidence for my action and I showed it to Akerele himself. He strove to bring pressure to bear on me to restore him to the Finance Corporation, but I resisted. As in the case of Roshiji, it was through my influence alone that Akerele was adopted as candidate in Oyo in 1951 and eventually elected. In 1950, I had helped him to trace his ancestors' quarters in Oyo. He had never been there before. It was late Mr. Labisi who took us there and introduced him to the Akerele family. Later became the Balogun of Oyo, a high traditional office which he still holds. But today, nobody hears of him anymore in the politics of either Oyo or any part of Nigeria. He had a consuming hatred for both Mr. Alfred Ruwani and Chief S. Oshonibare. As the three of them, Chief Roshiji, Okunowo, and Akerele spoke. I'll tell that again, excuse me. As the three of them, Chiefs Rosiji, Okunowo, and Akerile, spoke there that morning at the behest of the newfound masters and mentors in the NPC-NCNC, they had no iota of doubt in their minds that politically my end had come on that day, 29th May 1962. It was because of their cocksureness of this that the three of them were so reckless, venomous, indecorous, and totally uncharitable in their attacks on me. With the above background, it should not be difficult to make a correct assessment of the powerful ill motives which had propelled my former colleagues to their allotted parts in the historic and tragic drama which follows hereunder, and which I think has happily been entitled Twilight of Democracy. This Twilight of Democracy is actually what happened in the House, on that day, but let's leave the matter at this point. The most painful thing in life, well, one of the most painful things in life is betrayal. And the thing about betrayal is that you can never be betrayed by a stranger. I just feel somehow like you wonder how they have felt when they were saying all those things in his presence. We have come to sing the political song, the political death song of Chief Awolowo. It's all right. We're going to finish with this book and then we'll call it a day in the next few minutes. Back to the political philosophy of Chief Obafemi Awolowo by Olayewole Abegunrin. It says here, during the debate in the Federal House of Representatives about the political crisis in the Western region, three former senior ranking members of the group, Chiefs Ayorosiji, Abiodun Akerile, and Chief S. Okunowo, spoke in very strong language condemning the situation in the Western region, and particularly calling for a commission of inquiry to be instituted and investigate the activities of the various statutory corporations in Western Nigeria. As a consequence, the administrator of Western Nigeria, Dr. Emi Majekodunmi, appointed a commission of inquiry, we read that earlier, to investigate the activities of all the statutory corporations in Western Nigeria, headed by Justice GBA Coker. An appointment which was widely seen to be motivated by the long-standing desire to discredit Action Group rule in the Western region and Chief Awolowo. This became apparent in the course of the Commission's 92 days of often sensational public hearings between July and November 1962, during which the Commissioners pursued with special zeal the pivotal role of Chief Awolowo and the central involvement of his chief political allies. We're going to continue from here next time. About 2 pages from the end, though, but let's finish it. I want to finish everything in this book today. I'll just not see anything else. I'll just be reading.
According to John McIntosh, to avoid the inquiry in detail, there was probably doubt that Awolowo was at the head of an intricate financial.
Okay. According to John McIntosh, to avoid the inquiry in detail, there was probably doubt that Chief Awolowo was at the hub of an intricate financial network that diverted vast sums of public money to his political party. Obviously, the Coker Commission was a post-mortem of the Action Group administration in the West. By condemning the Awolowo faction, the Commission obviously betrayed its impartiality by a complete vindication of Chief Akintola. How? He was the deputy leader now. Who was the deputy leader of the party for almost 10 years, and who had been the premier of the Western region for more than 2 years, and who appeared to be implicated at a number of crucial points in the investigation. Regardless of the involvement of Chief Akintola in the Action Group administration, the Coker Commission of Inquiry consistently accepted Chief Akintola's denials, often at face value, and at the end put the whole blame squarely on Chief Awolowo's doorstep. As the Commission noted, with respect to the two premiers, we conclude without a doubt that Chief Awolowo has failed to adhere to the standards of conduct which are required for persons holding such a post. We take the view that there is no evidence sufficient in our view to say the name of Chief Akintola, and we absolve him on all grounds. While the report of the Commission was being publicly debated in the print media, the Nigerian police announced on September 22, 1962, that Chief Awolowo was being put under house arrest in connection with an arms plot involving members of the Action Group. At the same, two leading Action Group journalists, B.C. Onabanjo and Lateef Keja Konde, were restricted to distant places in the Midwest area by the administrator for their strident